more. Each region will get a STEM school. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, but don't think that tomorrow there is an election and Ghanaians will forget how you mismanage this economy with a single economy, single debt.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader. I will proceed to give the floor to Dr. Kabiru, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute in support of the motion to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic, for delivering the presidential message in accordance with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it's rich when the respected former leader and minister responsible for education argues and debates same on the State of the Nation address and mention about new lexicons in our economic discourse, i.e. DDEP. Mr. Speaker, I'm quite young, but I grew up learning about SAP, Structure Adjustment Program. Mr. Speaker, I grew up learning about PAMSCAD. These were new lexicons introduced into this country by a government, which they are descendants of. So when it comes to new lexicons in our economic history, I'm quite sure, I'm certain, Mr. Speaker, that we know where the odds will fall. The NDC has been at the forefront when it comes to introducing austerity measures to the good people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I think that my respected leader talked about constitutional review. We should equally look at Article 67. Article 67 and put in safeguards. Mr. Speaker, the president comes to this house, he's at liberty to distort information, he's at liberty to embellish the information, but if we introduce safeguards into Article 67, including the possibility of charges for perjury, I'm sure Mr. President will be guarded next time when he mounts the podium to give us the State of the Nation address. He will give us the real State of the Nation address. And I'm not quite surprised when he stated, Mr. Speaker, in page 5, that 2 events would afford him the opportunity to present the real state of the needs. That is the National Economic Dialogue and the budget. So what he presented is to us. My constituent asked me, Mr. Speaker, President, what did he come here to do? Lamentation. The president opened a book of lamentation. Every single chapter of his presentation was a book of lamentation. Mr. Speaker, since our operatives on the other side do not like data, we'll force them to drink the data. We'll force them to eat the data. We'll force them to breathe the data. Under John Mahama regime, Mr. Speaker, under John Mahama regime, the growth rate was 3.4%, Mr. Speaker. That economy was not criminal managed. A growth rate of 6% is a criminal mismanaged economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they left a primary balance of 1.4 negative deficit. 1.4 primary balance, 1.4% was what you left. Mr. Speaker, we are leaving you with a surplus. We are leaving you 1.46 surplus. Mr. Speaker, the debt to GDP ratio was 73.1%. We are doing 72%. Mr. Speaker, they talk about debt. Mr. Speaker, MPP1 left government with a debt of 8 billion under President John Ajokun Kufuor. $8 billion. And when Mr. Mahama and John Mills came into power, they skyrocketed our debt to 29.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, without doing anything, the present value terms of that debt is 447 billion Ghana cedi. Wow. Without doing anything, the present value terms of that particular 29 billion they have left for us is 447 billion Ghana cedi, using the exchange rate of 14 or 15 Ghana cedi to the dollar. Mr. Speaker, compare that In contradistinction to the debt left by the Nana Akufo-Addo government, we are adding some 227 billion. Between these two governments, which has added more debt? Between these two, take your calculators and do the mathematics. It's obvious that the NDC government has contributed 43% of our debt stock, whilst the MPP contributed 38%. So when it comes to the debt debate, I kindly urge my colleagues on the other side to hasten with caution, because the numbers don't lie and the numbers don't support their position. Mr. Speaker, there are issues that I expected the President to have touched on, and the President, either out of deliberate act, refused to touch on them. The unlawfully wrongful dismissal of innocent Ghanaians. What wrong have the Ghanaian people committed? They queued in the sands and voted for Mr. John Dramani Mahama for him to come and visit them with that very difficult, very insensitive, very unlawful dismissal of Ghanaian young people. It is so pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they talk about interest rate as if to say that we should clap for them, we should pat them on the back and give them credit that interest rate, treasury bills rates are coming down. Mr. Speaker, it's quite trite learning that your treasury bill rate should range between your monetary policy rate and the inflation rate. Inflation rate is 23%, Mr. Speaker. Policy rate is 27%. How come do you have 19%? If someone tinkering with the numbers, we will have to investigate. And I'm sure in the course of time, Mr. Speaker, we will summon the Bank of Ghana government back to this house to investigate what has occasioned this particular manipulation of numbers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even with the small money the government has gotten, we have delivered so much. We have delivered so much. And that in the education sector, they cancel allowance, we restore it. Yes. In the education sector, they cancel nursing allowance, we restore it. Yes. We gave students free senior high school education. Yes. We introduced TVET education and modernize it. Yes. Mr. Speaker, this is the achievement in education. When it comes to road sector, Mr. Speaker, we have constructed 13,000 kilometers worth of roads. Yes. They did a patron 4,000 kilometers of road. Yes. Mr. Speaker, colleagues from the other side says that it includes Pacho. That has been the metric. That has been the metric we use. And Mr. Speaker, every single constituency here has been a beneficiary of Nana Akufo-Addo intervention. I will go to the Volta region. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, resume your seat. Honorable Kwame Agoja. You have the floor, Honorable Kwame Agoja.
Mr. Speaker, I am not participating in the debate. But when a colleague makes a statement of which his own party has corrected that statement in the past, it is just important. Mr. Speaker, when President Akufo-Addo made that statement and we sought to correct him, the ministry issued a statement correcting to the fact that the 10,800 kilometers was the total length of road work they've worked on, which include a pothole patching. Indeed, on record, Mr. Speaker, what they have actually done in terms of constructing a new road is 670 kilometers thereabout. This is not a debate, Mr. Speaker. Hold on, Mr. Speaker. I think we all need to work on this. It is a method of reporting that was problematic. Indeed, there's no need for us to argue about this. Indeed, NPP worked, Mr. Speaker, if they will just listen. If they have actually constructed 13,000 kilometers of road, I wonder why you were asking me questions here last week, Friday, why your roads were not done. You were with the Vice President, Baumia. It is surprising that they've done 13,000 kilometers of road, which is from here to China, almost getting to Australia. Yet they didn't do the road in the Vice President constituency. So let's ignore this. The fact is that the record at the ministry today, the number of kilometers which you can call new roads or new construction development is 673 kilometers. That's it. If you have 13,000 kilometers of new road, mention it, and I'll change my story. So there's no need for that. Rather, be worried about the fact that whilst you argued about 17 billion cedis worth of entire commitment on road sector in 2017, you are leaving us a burden of over 100 billion today. And today, you are not shy. You were asking me questions here as to how your road will be completed. Mr. Speaker, I will be happy to make a statement in this house, giving you the details of the mess, Mr. Speaker, of the mess they have left in that country. I was forced to go to Kotoku in Ashanti region on Monday. Guess what? A bridge that was reported to everybody, including my colleague minister, in 2018. They ignored it until I have to go there last week to deal with it. These are the things you did. So as for road sector, don't even mention it on this floor, because you will not be looking well in light. So, Mr. Speaker, road sector, don't go there. It is just a mess. It's just mess. And the minister is here. The last time the minister actually went public to tell me, hold on, when I said that the mess they created, this government awarded a road. This government awarded a road using a drone to define the alignment.
Honourable member,
today,
conclude.
The variation on that project is 1.7 billion. That is the minister. Ask him.
Yes, Honourable member, you have your turn to debate. The point of order is well noted. Honourable member, you spoke for 7 minutes, so 3 more minutes. You have the floor.
Okay, but I will do.
You have the floor. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
3 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, and a point of order has been raised, and I think that part of addressing the point of order shouldn't be part of my minutes. Mr. Speaker.
I indicated that before recognizing the point of order, you spoke for 7 minutes. You have 3 more minutes, which means the intervention for the point of order is not part of your minute. Honorable Leader, how do I recognize a point of order on a point of order? Please, Honorable Leader, kindly resume your seat. With all due respect, Honorable Habib, kindly resume your seat. Honorable Kabiru, you have the floor.
All right.
Honorable Kabiru, your time is running.
Mr. Speaker.
After 3 minutes, I will give the floor. Honorable Kabiru, after 3 minutes, I will give the floor to another person. Habib, kindly resume your seat. Kindly resume your seat. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we are always here to help you. We are here to respect the chair. Mr. Speaker, the minority deputy whip was on his feet to draw your attention to an important matter, which he captioned it point of information. Mr. Speaker, if we the 5 here, we get up on our feet, we're not saying that it is mandatory that recognize us, but it is because there is a cause for us to be up on our feet. Mr. Speaker, when we all agree on a protocol for debate, which protocol applies to everybody, same must be adhered to. From the one that we started this debate, the understanding is that no point of order will be recognized. I have a lot of respect for Honorable Kwame Abuja. I have a lot of respect for him, and I have a lot of respect for the chair. But I would also urge my respected colleague, who is the Roads and Highways Minister, to also know that there is always an opportunity for him to debate. The man is making a point. It's not everything that is said on this house that we would all be in agreement. But you take notes, allow him to make his point. But when you get up, point of order, your side, somebody will get up and then another point of order. Now the deputy leader, deputy whip, is on his feet to catch the attention of speaker. If we are not careful, then this also degenerates, and it's as if we are disrespecting the chair. I will repeat, it is not in our value system as a minority to disrespect the chair. But sometimes the situations are unbearable. They are unbearable. Please, colleagues, we have a long way to go. It's 4 years. We've only done 2 months. Let us start well, so that all of us will be on the right path. If you treat us this way, nobody got up on a point of order, and now the next thing is that you have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I'll give the space to somebody. And then you see a whole deputy minority whip on his feet, not really recognized, being embarrassed before his backbench. Where are we going to? When he is embarrassed, then the next time he's a human being with ego, he may also want to react. Mr. Speaker, let me rest the matter here. Please, you cannot be neutral, but once you are presiding, be seen to be fair. I rest my case.
You see what my opinion to
Honorable members, let's take note that in moderating the House, if the majority side is on the floor and a statement is made, let's say in education sector, and the former education minister is on his feet on a point of order, I am inclined to recognize such a person on a point of order. But honorable members, you know the rules very clear that we don't take point of order on a point of order. So, honorable members, give me the opportunity to moderate the House. The road minister, former road minister, is up. Are you up on a point of order against the speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the speaker? Because it's the speaker who is speaking. I am the one speaking. So are you on point of order against me?
No. I'm on point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, order.
I'm on a point of
Unless
information.
You are having a point of order against the speaker.
No. I didn't say that.
Then kindly resume your seat. Kindly resume your seat. Please kindly resume your seat. Honorable members, with due respect, we have a lot. We even have an outstanding motions. So let's make progress. Honorable Dr. Kabiru, do you still want to utilize your 3 minutes? And let me place on record that I am being guided by the clerk. When I recognize a point of order, they will take note of the number of minutes that you have spoken. And that is what guides me as to the remaining time you have to be able to conclude your debate. I don't do it myself. I am being guided accordingly. So that was the basis for me telling you that you spoke for 7 minutes. You are now left with 3 minutes. Will you want to utilize the 3 minutes? Honorable Minority Whip, I plead with you, let's make some progress.
Speaker, I want to catch your eye. Have I caught your eye? Or haven't caught your eye? I'm on my feet, Speaker, with respect. On my feet. Speaker, earlier on, you had given a good directive, and you put matters in perspective. Said that former ministers, when they rise on their feet, you recognize them. In fact, the Honorable Asenso got up several times to catch your eye, and he is a former minister for the sector. We thought that in the context of your own wise guidance, you will recognize him.
Honorable Chief Whip, in which jurisdiction is a point of order taken against a point of order? Somebody is on the floor on a point of order, then you also want to take a point of order against such a person. Assuming the member is on the floor from the majority side and made a statement, and the honorable former minister is on the feet, I will recognize him for a point of order. But when there is a point of order and you are on your feet for a point of order against point of order, please.
Respect. Speaker, let's not litigate further on this matter.
Yes.
We will not.
Yes.
But Speaker, you did not even listen to him. Whether he was coming on a point of order or point of information, you did not grant him that audience. So you wouldn't have known if he was coming on the point of order or not. But be it as it may, if you grant him some minutes as a former sector minister, fine. If not, we can proceed.
Honorable Kabiru, let's proceed. You have 3 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was on the point that the intervention by Mr. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in respect of the money we borrowed had touched every single life in this chamber. As a matter of fact, the people of Adaklo has a 5,000-seater stadium due to our taxes and the money borrowed. Nice. The people of Ketu North has a district hospital at Weta.
Very good. You disagree.
These are the impacts of the money borrowed. And I can go on and go. We have AstroTech in the Volta region. All in the Volta region. We have 55 projects all in the Volta region due to the money that Nana Akufo-Addo has raised and spent. So for honorable members to come and say that money has been borrowed for no work is quite rich. Mr. Speaker, my expectation of the president was an opportunity for him to address the state of the nation out there. But he told us in this house that he could not give us the true state of the nation address. And he even stated on page 6 of his address that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not able to, and I'll quote Mr. President, he said, nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depth of which our economy and government has sunk. He means that he wasn't prepared for the work given to him. This is his homework. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President has dashed the hope of investors.
Remember, that is your interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, the text, I'm quoting him. Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting him. And I'm quoting for the purpose of emphasis and answer. He said, nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depth of which our economy and government has sunk. Anyone, including Mr. President. So I'm quoting him. Those are his own words. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President has dashed the hope of Ghanaian youth and the investor community. Mr. President has painted a gloomy picture about the economy which he cannot recover. Mr. President has misrepresented data to create a gloomy picture. Mr. President has not given the true state of the nation of the year. He has given a state of lamentation. Mr. President has not given the true state of the nation. He has given a state of
Honorable member, conclude.
Mr. President has given a state of lame duck. Mr. President has given a state of confusion. Mr. Speaker, the State of the Nation address was what was presented by the Venerable Member of Parliament for Karga, Dr. Amin Anta, and the minority members of this Parliament for that matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
It's now the turn of Honorable James Agalga.
Listening to my colleagues from the other side debate, I am very shocked. Yesterday, one of my colleagues from the other side described President Mahama as Terminator number 1. And in his view, he's Terminator number 1 because his chief of staff has issued a directive to the effect that all public sector workers recruited or employed after the 7th of December be relieved of their duties. But, Mr. Speaker, clearly there was an agreement as part of the transitional arrangements. And I'm happy to note that the majority leader was part of the transitional team, that there would be no public sector recruitment after the 7th of December. It was agreed between the government, the outgoing government, and the incoming government at the time. But, Mr. Speaker, I find it most strange that those who benefited from the colossal dismissal of public sector workers in 2017 are the ones who are now crying wolf. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands a publication by Ghana Web dated Tuesday, 23rd May 2017, headed as follows: Akufo-Addo sacks 13,000 public sector workers. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read, in what has been described as reenactment of the dismissal of some 568 selected public servants by their four-bear government of Prime Minister Kofi Abrefa-Buzia, President Akufo-Addo has, in the last 5 months, sacked a staggering 13,000 public sector workers. The dismissed public servants, most of who were hired during the 8-year rule of the National Democratic Congress administration, have been shown the exit in fulfillment of the NPP's government's policy to dispense with the services of government workers suspected of being sympathizers of the NDC and were employed under the Mahama administration. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, I have a personal experience to share. When I served as Deputy Minister of the Interior, 6 months to the elections, we secured financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance to recruit personnel into the security agencies, namely the police, fire service, and prisons. We went through all the procedures, including putting out an advertisement. Applications were made, unlike what we saw recently when the argument made by the former Interior Minister was that he was recruiting from. Applications were put in, they were received, examinations written, and qualified candidates were selected for training. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, the Akufo-Addo government, after 4 months of training in the various training depots, actually dismissed recruits who had been trained in weapon handling. Most of the training modules they had gone through, including weapon handling, they were not afraid to dismiss them. Please, I was Deputy Minister. I challenge you to controvert the facts that I'm putting out there. So these are the people now crying wolf. We have been modest. All the Chief of Staff sought to do was to say there was a breach of the transitional arrangements to not recruit after 7th December, after the elections. You knew you were leaving office. Why did you decide to recruit after you knew you had lost power? You had agreed that you will not take part in any recruitment processes after 7th December. And so what the chief of staff simply did was to apply the rule in the wake of the breach. So please, if you can describe President Mahama as Terminator number 1, I'm asking you, how should we describe President Akufo-Addo? Maybe Terminator half or Terminator quarter. So please refrain from these antics of yours. It is not in your best interest. The other day, Mr. Speaker, I listened to one of my colleagues, the honorable member for Menchia South, with bated breath. He created the impression that the Attorney General, Dominic Ayene, had abused his power to enter nolle prosequi in respect of some of the cases he inherited from Godfrey Dame and Gloria Kufu. And his argument was that an Attorney General cannot enter nolle prosequi without the prior authorization of the President, the appointing authority. Honorable Daku made those submissions in this House, and I took notes copiously. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I want to draw my learned friend's attention to the fact that the power to enter nolle prosequi is provided for under Section 54 of the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act 30. And in it, the Attorney General does not require the authorization of the President to enter nolle prosequi. So what Honorable Dominic Ayene did in respect of some of the cases he has so far withdrawn or entered nolle prosequi is in tandem with law. It is in tandem with Article 88 of the Constitution, which confers the prosecutorial powers of the state.
Honorable James Agarga, just resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Dako.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I think my learned colleague mentioned Menchia South and then added Dako. Please, Menchia South is Honorable Nana Bafweji, John Dako is Swami. So please, let the hands that reflect that. And in any case,
very well.
He never said note. What you said regarding the nolle prosequi. He never said that.
Honorable John Dako, I agree on the first part, but the second part I disagree because I have the cause sitting down there to draw the Deputy Whip Ahmed Jerry's attention to the fact that Attorney General doesn't need approval from the President to be able to enter a nolle prosequi. And he is there and can bear me out because I have listened to the honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is a senior member of the House. Speaker, whilst you were addressing us, he was on his feet. He must respect the chair. You must respect the chair.
Honorable James Agarga, you have the floor.
And so, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate the honorable member for Menchia South is not here. I know he's a lawyer of repute, but it's important that he goes back and refresh his memory on his criminal procedure and law so that next time he doesn't mislead this House in that manner. So far, the Attorney General has shown a lot of magnanimity, Mr. Speaker. In almost all the cases...
Honourable member, conclude.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let me touch on the security sector a bit. The President made a statement that he would employ diplomacy, counterintelligence to deal with violent extremism and terrorism. Mr. Speaker, as part of the diplomatic effort, the President has already reached out to neighboring countries such as Burkina Faso, which pulled out of the Accra initiative after President Akufo-Addo engaged in a major diplomatic gaffe by reporting to Anthony Blinken, the foreign secretary, or if you like, the equivalent of the foreign minister in the United States at the time, about Burkina Faso, a neighboring country, that they had brought in mercenaries to help them fight terrorism. President Mahama has taken it upon himself to fix the mess, that diplomatic mess that was created by Akufo-Addo in our quest to protect our country from violent extremism and terrorism.
Your time is I proceed to give the floor to Samuel Abu Jinapo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. When I was Speaker on the 27th of February 2025, the President came to this House to fulfill his constitutional obligation of giving the message of the state of the nation. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this House almost unanimously have now agreed that that statement was indeed a message of lamentations. And I think all of us are agreeable on that. Mr. Speaker, but in spite of that, in spite of the impression the President wanted to give to the country, data and facts are sacrosanct, and the data and the facts confirms clearly, Mr. Speaker, that the state of our national economy, which was bequeathed to President Mahama, which nobody can dispute indeed, is that we had a higher economic growth than our friends from the other side, that we had a higher per capita income than our friends. Agricultural sector, we grew better. Industrial sector, we grew better. We created more jobs than they created in their 8 years in office. Lower fiscal deficit. A primary balance is lower than our friends from the other side. And it goes on and on and on. But, Mr. Speaker, let me address one very important matter, which is the question of the size of government. And indeed, the President, when he addressed this House, made the claim that he had formed the leanest and most effective government in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that you can have 10 ministers, another government can have 20 ministers, and the government that has 20 ministers may have a smaller government machinery, a smaller government size than you who have 10 ministers. And I want to demonstrate that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's on record. The record is that the pegging or ranking of officials of the presidency are as follows, Mr. Speaker, since the inception of the Fourth Republican dispensation. The Chief of Staff is pegged at the rank below the Speaker of Parliament, but above a cabinet minister who doubles as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, a senior presidential advisor is pegged at the level of a cabinet minister who doubles as a member of Parliament. So a senior presidential advisor, by all intents and purposes, their salaries, emolument, conditions of service, is equivalent to a cabinet minister who doubles as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, a presidential advisor is pegged at the level of a cabinet minister who is not a member of Parliament. A presidential staffer is pegged at the level of a non-cabinet minister who is not a member of Parliament. And a presidential aide is pegged at the level of a deputy minister. These are the rankings since the inception of the Fourth Republican dispensation. Mr. Speaker, so if you want to see the size of government and its bearing on the national exchequer, Mr. Speaker, don't just look at ministers and deputy ministers. Look at the government holistically. And Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that if you look at this government holistically, there are ministers, deputy ministers, senior presidential advisors, presidential staffers, presidential aides. President Mahama has formed arguably one of the biggest or largest governments in the history of our country as it relates to the cost on the national exchequer. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? Take, for example, the President has appointed Dr. Valerie Sawyer as senior presidential advisor in charge of government affairs. Her rank is a cabinet minister who doubles as a member of Parliament. So her salary, her emolument, conditions of service, everything to do with her office is at the same rank as a cabinet minister who doubles as a member of Parliament. The Speaker, he's appointed a presidential advisor on economy, appointed presidential advisor for 24-hour economy, presidential advisor and special aide to the president, presidential advisor on national anti-corruption program, presidential advisor on diaspora affairs. Mr. Speaker, he goes on to appoint presidential advisor, presidential staffer, and special aide to the vice president, presidential staffer for Black Star Experience, and then presidential staffer for diaspora affairs. Mr. Speaker, then he goes ahead to appoint 5 policy advisors to the vice president. Mr. Speaker, he tells the country that he's appointed a minister in charge of agribusiness. And yet, he's appointed director at the presidency in charge of agriculture and agribusiness. My good friend Peter Buama Otukono. Mr. Speaker, he says he will not appoint deputy regional ministers. And he appoints 16 presidential staffers in charge of the 16 regions of our country. Mr. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that these presidential staffers in charge of the 16 regions of our country, in essence, as it relates to the cost on the national exchequer, are in fact, indeed, and in substance, deputy ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, he then appoints, Mr. Speaker, listen carefully, please. Mr. Speaker, he then appoints one presidential advisor on media, 4 directors of communication at the office of the president, 5 deputy directors of communication, 2 communication specialists, 5 technical communication assistants, 1 media aide, 1 assistant media liaison officer, 1 communications consultant. Mr. Speaker, I've done the mathematics, and I want to submit. Mr. Speaker, I've done the mathematics that I want to submit, and I do this not from a partisan lens, but I do this as somebody who had the privilege and honor to serve as Deputy Chief of Staff. I know how it works. In terms of the cost on the national exchequer, the President has appointed 100 ministers and deputy ministers. Mr. Speaker, the President has established a Ministry of Youth Development. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer the House and my good friend, Honorable, I will tender all of this, Mr. Speaker. I will tender this. I will tender it. Mr. Speaker, but, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable James Agalga, my very good friend, has talked about how the MPP government terminated some appointments. Mr. Speaker, assuming without admitting that that even happened, shouldn't our governance move forward? Shouldn't we have good governance? And indeed, when we promise resetting, what does that mean? But, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, may I refer the House, Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House to Article 191 of our national constitution, which states, and I quote, "A member of the public services shall not be dismissed or removed from office or reduced in rank or otherwise punished without just cause," end quotes. Mr. Speaker, we are building a nation, and there are hundreds and thousands of people out there who have lost their jobs. I think our friends from the other side, the Honorable James Agaga, should join us to appeal to the President, just as he took an oath, Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd schedule of our national constitution, where he said, and I quote, "to protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana," end quote. Article 191 is a provision of the Constitution of Ghana, and the President is enjoined to indeed defend and protect this provision of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the President, in the same schedule, swore an oath to do justice to all manner of persons. Some of these people whose appointments have been terminated, some are NDC members, Mr. Speaker. Some are MPP members. Some are non-partisan. Some don't even know what happens in politics. And yet, a president who says he'll be father for all has terminated the appointment. When President Mahama was leaving office, Mr. Speaker, he appointed Mr. Joseph Whittal as the Commissioner for Shraj. He appointed Joseph Nkrumah as Chairman of NCCE. On 23rd December 2016, he appointed Daniel Domevilo as Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, it is not Abu Jinabo,
member, conclude.
or it is not the minority. It's not the minority, Mr. Speaker, who is giving the president names. No, Mr. Speaker, when you go out there on the streets, it's the Ghanaian youth who are talking about that. That the president promised to create jobs, and yet he's come, and the talk on the street is that Mahama Bako terminations, baby. Mr. Speaker, and that is why they have named him. We haven't named him. The minority hasn't named him. They have named him Terminator number 1. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we call on the president to rise up to the occasion, to jettison the promises, and Mr. Speaker, and honor his commitments of providing you for the Ghanaian people. What we heard on 27th was a message of lamentations and not a State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the attention.
Honourable members,
he must tender the documents so that we can also ferry same to the presidency for them to take good notice of it.
Honorable member, I have listened to him carefully. He said if they want him to tender, he would tender. So if nobody requested, why would he tender the document? It's different from you saying that he wants to tender. So, honorable member, I think you are out of order. Honorable Godfred Sedu Josao, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before us today on thanking Mr. President on his message on the state of the nation. We are grateful to Mr. President for fulfilling his obligation under Article 67 and making himself available to this House and presenting that apt a message on the state of the country. Mr. Speaker, you would realize that Mr. President spent less time in talking about the record that he came to meet. Indeed, we are hoping that in coming days, the ministers of state of the various sectors will truly get us to understand what His Excellency the President inherited, so that at the end of his tenure, we'll be able to judge from where he took, what he has added on or subtracted. Then we'll be able to judge that sincerely Mr. President has moved this country forward or backward. I think that will be a fair request to make. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I have listened to some debates already, and I listened to my good brother who just concluded and sat down. There's one truth, that yes, he has 60 ministers. Indeed, he hasn't even got 60 ministers yet. And there's a government machinery, advisors, etc. that go on. And you know that the appointments made so far are not even up to 50. And so if you had a government machinery that was run by over 300 men, and today you have a president that has not appointed up to 50, there's no way you can compare these sizes. And so being a House of Records, I think that we should be truthful to what the record really is. Mr. Speaker, in all these debates about the macroeconomic indicators, etc., there's one truth. Is it not true that the past government left this country with $721 billion Ghana cedis debt? Is it not true? That is true. Is it not true that President Mahamad's government in 2017 left $250,000 in the sinking fund? That's true. $50 million in the sinking fund. It is true. Is it not true that when Akufo-Addo government was leaving, cocoa sector rose alone accrued a debt of 21 billion Ghana cedis? That's true. Again, is it not true that when the Akufo-Addo government was leaving power, it left a cocoa sector debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, and that by September, we will be due to pay 9 billion Ghana cedis out of that? Is it not true that production of cocoa actually reduced from the expected 850,000 metric tons to under 500,000 metric tons, and that we were not able to pay the forward sales of cocoa that we made to the tune of 333,000 metric tons that we are yet to pay and had to roll over, and that this year that payment is due? And that, things being equal, if the production remains under 500,000 metric tons, then it means that we will not even be able to sell any proper cocoa, any proper quantities of cocoa to rake in the needed revenue we need for this country. So, Mr. Speaker, some of these, catch the eye of the Speaker first, leader. So, Mr. Speaker, when you have these facts, this set of facts.
Honorable member, take it easy. Honorable
friend Doc, I was actually enjoying his debate, and then he made a point whether it is not true that under His Excellency Akufo-Addo's administration, cocoa production was under 500 metric tons. It's not true. What the truth is, we did not hit the 1 million tons as expected, but it was never under 500 metric tons. No. So specific. Well,
So, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, what was it?
So my point is,
What was it?
the fact is that we. Are you listening? Will you listen? Are you listening? It was 530 metric tons. That was it. That was. I'm spot on. So, Doug, who I respect, should just, navigate properly and stay on course. That one, Doug, you got it wrong. I beg you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity again. My leader, respected leader, is not right. He's not truthful. I've been in the Committee of Agri for the past 4 years, and so I'm endowed with the figures. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the actual production is 435,000 metric tons. That's what we recorded last year. So I'm just being generous and diplomatic by saying under 500,000 metric tons. And we had a bill out of it of 330,000, in fact, 333,000 metric tons to pay, which we couldn't pay. And it has been rolled over for this year. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that we had an energy sector debt of 68 billion? That's true. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that the ESLA collections from the energy sector amounted to about some $44 billion Ghana cedis, and yet we have a debt of 68 to pay? These are facts. And Mr. Speaker, is it not also true that in 2017, the exchange rate of cedi to dollar was $1 to 4.2 Ghana cedis, and that today, at the time President Akufo-Addo was leaving office, it was almost $1 to 16 Ghana cedis. Be conservative if you even want to say 15. But these are the facts of the economic indices. And so let's not pretend that we can use macroeconomic jargons to bamboozle the people that we represent. This is the state of the economy. Let's admit to it and see how we can all speak to the script of resetting this country. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that excited me about His Excellency's message, which I think we must all avert ourselves to, again, is that let's be conscious of this fact, which is that in the last 8 years, this country actually spent, in 7 years actually spent 3 billion Ghana cedis, ring-fencing it to a flagship program in the Ministry of Agriculture called Planting for Food and Jobs. Mr. Speaker, we spent this money, yet year in, year out, inflation of this country has continued to go up, and a chunk of the reason for the country's inflation has always been food price inflation. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, having spent this quantum of money, when last year we had just 7 weeks of drought, Mr. Speaker, all our vulnerabilities was exposed. We were running helter-skelter. We didn't have food stocks. We didn't have any buffers. Our production was on its knees. The Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Finance was panicking, trying to import food into our country. Mr. Speaker, this state of affairs is not positive for our country. That is why I was excited listening to Mr. President outline a number of programs that he intends to roll out to revolutionize the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, the President announced the Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, which for me is the game changer. Mr. Speaker, I want to invite my colleagues that let's not mock at the program. From what we have gone through as a country, I think that this agenda that Mr. President is proposing is something that we should all subscribe to. In that program, he has 2 major components that excite me. One of them is the Feed Ghana program. Mr. Speaker, under the Feed Ghana program, he is focusing also on grain development. This grain development is not just the production of the grain, but also situating them in agroeconomic enclaves where we will have real production in high volumes. That will not just leave it at production, but there will be supplementary agro-processing of these produce in ways that will allow us to add value to what we produce. Mr. Speaker, because of what is happening globally, you have just read in the news a few days ago that Burkina Faso has issued an ultimatum, in fact, a ban on grain export from Burkina Faso to neighboring countries.
Member, conclude.
Oh, really? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this should tell you that there's a lot of challenge and there's a lot of introspection that we have to do as a country. And so let's work hard in supporting the President's agenda on agricultural transformation for this country. Let's look at the Feed the Ghana program, feed industry program, and I'm particularly excited that the emphasis is on youth and agro-processing. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the budget where we will have numbers tied to this program and we can come back with an appropriate debate for the various sectors. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I thank Mr. President for giving us that message of hope in his State of the Nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Asensu Boachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion in thanking the President for delivering his message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I personally thought the speech, the message was well delivered, especially with the aid of a teleprompter. When the President was making his presentation, I was telling my colleague that the President will look good on the screens because it will appear as if was speaking extempore, but he wasn't. Later, Honorable Adongo, I heard him on TV saying that the President spoke extempore. I'm sure my senior was not too familiar with the use of teleprompter. But, Mr. Speaker, much as the President's presentation was well delivered, the content was associated with lamentations, contradictions, mischief, misrepresentation of facts and issues, and a flawed narrative of urban roads, poor urban roads network in our country. The Speaker, I said that the content was associated with lamentation because the President lamented the state of road sector debt, as if spending on infrastructure is a crime. Mr. Speaker, taking on debt is a critical part of managing an economy and even business. Those of us who run our small business, we encounter debt. You can ask the big industrialists in our country, the big businessmen in our country, the Kwame Despite, the Zoom Lions, the Ibrahim Mohammeds. You can say that they are all involved in some debt one way or the other. I submit to the Speaker that debt is not a bad thing. It depends on what you use the debt for. If you spend on infrastructure, you are helping with the development of the country. The Speaker, many advanced countries, all advanced countries, sustain various levels of infrastructure debt because they recognize that infrastructure is a necessary condition for development. Right from the outset, the Akufo-Addo administration made infrastructure provision, especially road infrastructure, highways, bridges, and interchanges, as a necessary condition for our development takeoff. And therefore, we invested a lot in infrastructure, road infrastructure, because we know the importance of road infrastructure in ensuring efficiency, promoting and ensuring productivity, production, increasing trade, and what have you. Mr. President, in the 1950s, Mr. Speaker, in the 1950s, one of the critical interventions the United States made in their effort to develop their country is to embark on interstate highway projects, connecting the various states in the U.S. with highways, dual carriage highways. And that transformed their economy. In fact, studies have shown that with road infrastructure, especially highways, when you invest $1, you make economic returns of $6. That is 600%. That tells you the importance of infrastructure. So when you build roads and you incur debt, it's not a bad thing. Over time, you recoup it, and it will help in the development of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that successful infrastructure investments pay for itself. So it was quite surprising that the president framed a road sector debt as a failure, instead of recognizing it as a necessary investment for national economic development. And indeed, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, after that, every government comes, you incur some debt because you embark on development. When the Akufo-Addo administration assumed office, we experienced substantial debt across multiple sectors, especially the road sector and the energy sector. That notwithstanding, the debt that we encountered in the road sector, the MPP administration embarked on an unprecedented expansion of the road network nationwide. In spite of the debt that we encountered, the energy debt that we encountered in the energy sector, the legacy debt that we encountered, we were able to ensure a sustained energy supply for 8 years, something that our predecessors couldn't do. So, Mr. Speaker, debt is not bad. It depends on how you use it, and we use it for infrastructure development, which is a necessary condition for development. Mr. Speaker, the president's speech also was characterized by contradictions, because I heard Mr. President laying a good basis, good foundation, why road infrastructure is very important for our country. And if you permit me, Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote from the State of the Nation address. It says, Mr. Speaker, our road network is the cornerstone of our nation's infrastructure, facilitating over 90% of the transportation of goods and services across the country. This vital network is critical in supporting agricultural growth by linking farmers to markets, lowering transportation costs, and ensuring quicker access to essential supplies and services. The resulting interconnected benefits foster a vibrant economy and enhance the livelihoods of countless Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the president was right. As a planner, I understand the importance of transport infrastructure, especially roads. But what I don't understand is that the president was making a case for road infrastructure, was lamenting, was bemoaning the spending we had made in road infrastructure. Is it not contradictory? Is it not paradoxical? It is a clear contradiction of the presentation by Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, the president's speech was also associated with mischief, distortion, and misrepresentation of facts. Why do I say so? It is an undeniable fact that the Akufo-Addo administration embarked on road works in Ghana between 2017 and June 2024 of the volume of 30 kilometers, 13,624 kilometers. This is the road works that the MPP administration embarked on. Whilst at the same period of 8 years, the NDC embarked on 4,636. Mr. Speaker, the problem is when the president sought to twist the facts.
Honorable member, conclude.
The problem is when the president, the president sought to twist the facts in a desperate attempt to diminish our unparalleled record in achievement, to say that the 13,624 kilometers of roads were all brand new roads. We didn't say that. That is a desperate attempt, mischievous attempt to distort the truth. What we said was that out of that 13,624 kilometers, it involved asphalt overlays, construction, it involved graveling and regraveling.
Honorable member, your time is up. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Kwame Govins Agboja. Honorable members, take note. When the clerk stood up to me, it means your time is up. Then I would inform you to conclude. Thank you, Honorable Kwame Agboja.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to...
You were giving signal. You have 1 minute to conclude. If we can go by that, I'm sure it will be helpful, so that the speakers will be guided.
Honorable Kwame Agboja, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to thank the President for delivering on his constitutional mandate and telling us about the state of Ghana today. And I will just limit myself to some of the comments made by my very good friend, the former Minister for Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, if I hear him well, he agrees with President Mahama as to why we should invest in roads. President Mahama's comment about the debt is such that if the over 700 billion debt we have, the component that was used on roads actually amounted to roads in our neighborhoods, nobody will comment. The difference here is that whilst your government in 2017 lamented about road sector debt or commitment of 17 billion, today, and then in fact, out of that, we can show you interchanges in Accra and elsewhere. Today, you are leaving us a commitment of over 105 billion and very little to show for it. That is the difference. Two, you complained about certificate unpaid 3.5 billion when you saw a road project completed. Yet today, you are leaving us with a debt unpaid of over 20 billion Ghana cedi. Where is the 20 billion cedis worth of roads?
Honorable Minister for Road, let me recognize Honorable former Minister for Roads and Highways.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm on my feet on point of information. The Honorable Roads Minister is saying that we showed very little for the spending that we made in the road sector. Mr. Speaker, in terms of interchange alone, whilst in 8 years, it's not for you to decide. It's not for you to decide. Sit down for him to decide. Are you the speaker? Are you the speaker? You are not the speaker.
Honorable members, order.
The speaker.
Honorable member, does he need the information from you?
Yes, I think the nation and the House needs this information. You are not the speaker. You are not the speaker.
Honorable former Minister for Roads and Highways, candidate, resume your seat. Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, you have the floor. Honorable former minister, off your microphone.
Mr. Speaker, it is very surprising sometimes when they talk. Pokwasi interchange, which was approved in this house, financing everything secured, they wake up and say that it's a project that should be attributed to them. But Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that if the 20 billion we are saddled with today was equated to road projects in our communities, we wouldn't have had a situation where for the first day, 12 of our colleagues from the other side will be asking me questions as to when roads in their communities will be constructed. Mr. Speaker, 2, the president also talked, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, President Akufo-Addo, I was here, Mr. Speaker, I was in this chamber on the other side when President Akufo-Addo stood here and said, and then was doing like this, we built 10,800 kilometers of new roads. Mr. Speaker, I was courageous enough to, yes, he said it, 10,800 kilometers of new roads. Mr. Speaker, I was courageous enough to take him on. The ministry, in fact, my current PRO of the ministry, who is a good friend of mine, issued a statement against me today. Later, they rationalized and said that the 10,800 kilometers, including pothole patching and other things. Today, my colleague from Walewale stood and then made the same statement that they built 13,000 kilometers of road. Now he's rationalizing it and say that it includes grading and regraveling. Now, at least he's been at the ministry. He knows that that level of presentation or misrepresentation by his government was needless. Because we never report road conditions like that. We never report and say that I built this, I built. We say that feeder road, trunk road, this is what we did. My brother, look, you are going to spend you are going to spend 4 years in opposition. You have enough time to talk. Don't worry about that. Mr. Speaker,
we listen to you in silence, so have the courtesy to listen to others similarly.
Under my colleagues' stewardship, almost 100% of the project awarded were sole sourced. Oh, it's a sole source. This government have even set up Ministry of Procurement to say that they will not do that. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you on record, part of the reason we are saddled with over 105 billion is that they were just throwing contracts here and there without any proper planning. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are committed that we would improve the level by which we prepare projects for awards. So if you want to know, the difference here is that we are not in a rush to do the wrong things. President Mahama admits and acknowledges the importance of roads. You don't. You thought roads were about politics. That is why from July last year to December, check your record what you did at that ministry. You were just awarding projects. Even some of them don't even have contracts. Mr. Speaker, I am now saddled with people walking to me that I've been asked to go on this road and start a project. I want you to ratify it. And I said that I will not do that yet. Mr. Speaker, I tell them I will not do that yet. I have asked people to go to site and start work without any contract. Mr. Speaker, the sad, Mr. Speaker, I think my former respected colleague, former respected minister, just left the ministry. What he did is on record there. He should not get too much agitated. More will come out. Your record at the ministry, in terms of how you manage the ministry, to the extent that, are you happy to leave me a burden of 105 billion Ghana cedi debt? And then you tell me, how was it possible? How was it possible? Listen. Honorable
Asensu Boachi, your conduct is becoming disorderly. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I enough time to bring the details of the challenges we have on the road sector. It is for no reason that even on Friday, I'll be here answering questions about roads. And my former colleague, Honorable Amakwata, to be honest, did very well. And I hope I will be able to emulate that in terms of commitment to answering questions. I hope you did as much as that when you took over. No, because you see, Mr. Speaker, when my colleague, Mr. Speaker, when my colleague was speaking, he said many things I disagreed with. I wasn't sitting in my chair ranting. Let me just tell him, I tell no lie about the road sector. And let me tell him that he served at the ministry before I went there. But I am more detailed and in-depth with that ministry more than him. Even after he said, I will never come here. Yes, I will never come here. I will never come here and make any false statement. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable members,
I am saying that he said,
Honourable Minister for Roads, the aspect of you having more in-depth knowledge about roads than him, I will order that be expunged from the records. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable members, kindly resume your seats. Honourable members, kindly resume your seats. Honourable Stephen Amwa, your conduct is disorderly. Your conduct is very disorderly.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Minority Whip, I will recognize you if it is not in respect of what I asked that it be expunged. But if it is in respect of what I directed to be expunged from the record, then I will rule you out of order.
Speaker, I will not challenge your powers to rule me out of order. I mean, in this House, the interpretation of the rules is in your bosom. I'm only seeking to help the House and your good self for us to navigate in peace and in proper conduct. Speaker, we in leadership have an inherent responsibility to help you steer affairs and guide the House. Speaker, at this point, I think my colleague, the Honourable Minister, the former ministers and former Minister for Roads and the current minister should just take it cool. Some of the comments, and Speaker, you rightly said that it should be expunged. It's getting a bit personal. This is an intellectual exercise. Let's find a way of debating without going personal. Speaker, it's important we debate without going personal. So I just want to appeal to my colleague, the Honourable Minister. It should calm down, we should reduce the emotions and have a good debate. Speaker, but let me commend you on your ruling that commentary should be expunged from the records. So, Honourable Minister, take it cool and make your point.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague. I hope when my colleague, the former minister, was feeling uneasy behind you, you should have told him that when he was speaking, I was quiet, though I didn't agree with everything. Mr. Speaker, in this House, when it comes to issues of law, I can easily defer to everybody who is a lawyer, because I'm not a lawyer. So if a lawyer, in fact, the minority leader often says, when it's about law, listen to me. And we do. I've served on the committee longer. All I'm saying is that I will not say he was making some comment. I said, I will not make any comment here which is personal to him. I'm speaking to fact. So my comment has nothing to do with him personal, that he's been a minister, he didn't understand. That is not what I meant. But if you say it should be expunged, I agree. But let me repeat that the comments I make here about the road sector, and then because he used the word that the president was not factual, was not, I listened to all of it. Listen, Mr. Speaker, you see him still speaking when I'm speaking. Exactly which point did President Mahama make, which is not factual? Is it not a fact that you left 105 billion cedis worth of road project in this country? Is it not a fact that you left over 50 billion of roadworks undone? Is it not a fact that many of the projects are not completed? Mr. Speaker, so what has President Mahama said? Mr. Speaker, President Mahama also said something that is very important to road contractors, that the road fund will be decapped. It is important to decap the road fund so that the accruals will go directly to the maintenance of roads in our country. Mr. Speaker, this is a very critical part of what we expect.
Minister, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by saying that on record, it is true that if you check the record today, a lot of road projects have been awarded under the MPP. Some of them have actually gotten no contract. Some contractors are on site working without a contract. That is not even included in the 105 billion. And two, Mr. Speaker, it is frightening to know that the government basically threw away the Public Procurement Act and almost 100% awarded almost all projects on sole sourcing. And that doesn't give value to the road projects we have. So, Mr. Speaker, we will do better. We will do better. President Mahama is committed to completing all road projects that have been started as and when the fiscal space allows us to do so.
Honourable Minister, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will now give the floor to Honourable Isaac Opoku, Dr. Isaac Opoku. Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute on the motion on the floor. Speaker, I want us to settle the debate on what His Excellency presented to this House, whether it was the State of the Nation address, SONA, or projections of the nation address, PONA, or State of Lamentation address, SOLA. So at the end of the debate, Speaker, I want us to settle on that issue, whether it is SONA or PONA or SOLA. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency made a very profound statement. Speaker, he said, students are being well fed today. And Mr. Speaker, I was very happy to hear that. Indeed, it is true that students are being well fed today. But the question I ask Mr. President is that he has been in office for just 2 months. So where did he find the food to feed the students? When did he plant and when did he harvest? Is it reincarnation of Okomfanoche, who could plant and harvest the same day? Mr. Speaker, indeed, students are well fed today because the planting for food and jobs was overwhelmingly successful. Speaker, students are well fed today because now we have more extension officers educating our farmers in the field. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the extension officer to farmer ratio was 1 to 1,500. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the ratio has been reduced to 1 extension officer to 746 farmers. Mr. Speaker, farmers are well fed today because the drudgery in farming has been drastically reduced. Speaker, in 2024, 188 tractors, 150 power tillers, 96 maize shellers, 23 unit combined harvesters, 96 rice millers were distributed to farmers to reduce the drudgery in farming. Mr. Speaker, the farmers, the students are well fed today because in 2024, quality planting materials were distributed to farmers. Rice, sorghum, soya, tomato, pepper, onion, yam sets, plantain suckers, and cassava bundles were distributed to farmers. Mr. Speaker, the students are well fed today because today we have improved grain storage facility. 69 warehouses have been completed and they are littered around the country. Mr. Speaker, today students are well fed because we have 12 coastal fish landing sites completed. We have one at Azim, one at Diskoff, one at Mori, one at Manford, one at Winneba, one at Senyabreku, one at Gomwafete, one at Otiam, one at Mfantiman, one at Teshi, one at Osu, and one at Keta. Mr. Speaker, today students are well fed because 2 fishing harbors have been completed, one at Elmina and one at Jamestown. Speaker, now let me turn my attention to cocoa. My good friend, Honorable Gasau, he said cocoa production at the end of the 2023-2024 season was 923. Mr. Speaker, I corrected him during the vetting of the Honorable Minister. And later, after his debate, he came back to me and said he apologizes because indeed the production figure wasn't 433, but 532. Mr. Speaker, the issues presented by His Excellency, the President, in his solemn address were all from the handing over notes from Cocoa Board. So nothing was hidden. What surprises me, Mr. Speaker, is that there were a lot of monumental achievements by Cocoa Board, and His Excellency the President decided to ignore all the monumental achievements. Mr. Speaker, in the same handing over notes, Cocoa Board indicated that in 2020-2021, Cocoa Board achieved historic cocoa production. 2020-2021, Cocoa Board achieved 1,045,385 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, that is the highest production ever in this country. It has never happened in the annals of this country. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the producer price of cocoa is 49,600 per ton, as against 6,800 per ton in 2016. Mr. Speaker, today a farmer sells a bag of cocoa at 3,100 and is able to buy 31 bags of cement today. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and their counterparts in Cote d'Ivoire they negotiated with the international buyers, and today farmers are receiving $400 per ton for every ton of cocoa they sell on the international market. This is what they call the living income differential, and yet the president didn't find this necessary to capture in his State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, what is also important for us to note is that today, Cocoa Board is not looking for loan from the international market to finance the purchase of cocoa. Cocoa Board has developed what we call self-financing model to purchase cocoa. So today,
Honorable member for Offenso South, begin to descend for landing.
Mr. Speaker, the president indicated that Cocoa Board owes 32.5 billion Ghana cedis. What the president failed to do was to give a breakdown of the loan. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if the president had given the breakdown of the debt, we would have known that the loan included a 10-year loan inherited from the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, the 32.5 billion included agrochemicals and fertilizers Cocoa Board bought for Cocoa Board. And indeed, they have started distributing the agrochemicals and fertilizers for this season. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board borrowed money from the AFDB to finance the rehabilitation and the cocoa swollen shoot virus disease control. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, between 2014 and 2016, Cocoa Board abandoned the control of swollen shoot and left that control in the hands of the ordinary farmer. Speaker, now let me talk a little bit about Speaker, in conclusion, farmers are asking His Excellency the President, when will farmers begin to receive the 70% of the producer price of the world market that they promised?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Opoku. Honorable member, it's now the turn of Honorable Asarobeng.
10 minutes, you don't check out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that the mic doesn't want me to speak. Don't worry, don't worry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to thank the President for coming.
You have 10 minutes.
Coming to the House to fulfill his constitutional mandates. I've heard a lot of my colleagues say that the President came to lament, and I think that even if the President came to lament, he only came to continue the lamentation of the previous government, where we had their own MPs in this chamber organizing a press conference to call on the President to sack their finance minister because of the state of the nation that they were in and what they envisaged. It was not just the members of parliament who were lamenting. The people of Ghana, in their lamentation, gave them the worst result in any election in the history of the Fourth Republic. And so the President could only join in what everybody was saying. During the President's address, there were two takeaways that I would focus on, and that's the 24-hour economy and Nkoko Nkete. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot of my colleagues say that how are we going to create jobs through 24 hours and Nkukon Kete. In fact, it was on the day of the SONA that I even realized that 24 hours and Nkukon Kete. You can't hear, please pay attention. I'm teaching you Agric. I'm going to teach you Agric, and I will beg you to please listen carefully. It was on that day that the president told us that 55,000 homes were going to benefit from Nkukon Kete. Mr. Speaker, Ghana imports about $300 million of poultry every year. Our national demand is about 400,000 metric tons every year. In fact, we produce only about 70 tons a year. Importation is about 270,000 metric tons a year. And the president, in his wisdom, has noticed that if 100 districts put together 500 beds for 5,000 homes, we will be making about 55,000 homes, raising 500 beds, a total of about 27,000 beds per cycle. And when I say cycle, I mean when you are raising broilers, from day old, that's what we call DOCs, to week 7, you complete one cycle. And so the president came and told us that in a cycle, 55,000 homes can raise 500 beds each. Mr. Speaker, this will help reduce dependency on importation. It will strengthen our food security. It will create opportunities. It will create jobs. And it will help the youth enter into agriculture. Mr. Speaker, how will this work? And how are we going to make money from Nkukon Kete? How will this work, and how are we going to make money from Nkukon Kete? It costs about 71 cedis to raise a bed from day 1 to 3 kilos. To raise a bed to 3 kilos, you need to give it about 4.5 kilos of feed. Every 1 kilo of feed it eats again, 1.5 kilo of feed it eats against about 1 kilo weight. And therefore, before it gets to 3 kilos, you have to feed it with about 4.5 kilos of feed. This means that we have to produce a lot of maize to feed these birds, because in every kilo of feed that you feed a bird, about 60% is made up of maize, which is up to about 2.7 kilos of every 4.5 kilos of feed that you give to one bird. And so our poultry farmers, our maize farmers, this is good news that the president has given to us. According to the president, we are going to grow a lot of maize to feed a lot of birds. Mr. Speaker, apart from maize that we are going to grow to feed birds, we are also going to make a lot of manure. Ghana imports so much fertilizer. In 2023 alone, we imported over $200 million worth of fertilizer. And therefore, under the Nkukon Kete program, we are going to get a lot of manure. In fact, every bed, and these ones are fact, every bed that you raise at 3 kilos produces about between 2 to 4 kilos of droppings in a lifetime. And this is what we call fresh manure. And when I say fresh manure, I'm talking about 70% water and 75% water, 25% dry manure. And so, under this program, in Nkukon Kete, we are going to be able to produce manure here in Ghana, locally. If you, Mr. Speaker, I can go on and give you how much residue you make per acre when you grow maize and mix it with the chicken intestines and all to give you a certain tonnage of fertilizer every year. And this is what the president is telling us that we are going to do. Apart from that, the president is looking at putting money directly in the pockets of every household through this program. When you raise a bird, we sell it at what is called carcass weight. Carcass weight is 2.5 kilos per broiler. The weight is 3 kilos, but when you remove the feathers and the intestine and all of that, it will be left with what we call carcass weight. At a carcass weight of about 3 kilos, you can sell it for 90 Ghana cedis. When you subtract the 71 cedis needed to raise the bed, it will be left with about 19 Ghana cedis. Multiply by 500 beds every year. Every household under this program will be making about 9,500 every 7 to 8 weeks. This is putting direct money in the pockets of the people who voted this government to power. Apart from that, to be able to feed, apart from that, if every household employs 2 people to take care of 500 beds per cycle, what it means is that directly we are employing 110,000 people in 100 districts under this program. This does not include the retailers, the wholesalers, and many others. In fact, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, just wind up.
Mr. Speaker, chicken feet, akoko nine, chicken feet is a huge delicacy in China. Akoko nine. In 2023 alone, China imported over $5 billion worth of chicken feet. And so no part of the chicken goes waste. And this is what was known as the cottage industry. Giving households beds, giving them medication, giving them feed, letting them raise the bed and buy them back from the farmers for slaughter. Mr. Speaker, we will need feed mills, we will need processing plants, we will need fertilizer processing plants, and all of these will go a long way to employ a lot of young people.
Thank you.
Akoko Nketenkete, the 24-hour national broiler project is a brilliant idea by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let him now turn to Swami. Honorable John Darko, 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to contribute to thank the President for delivering his State of the Nation address to the people of Ghana through this House, pursuant to Article 67 of the Constitution 1992. Mr. Speaker, since 1993, every president has used the opportunity to present the State of the Nation address to, as it were, give us specific actions and solutions to some problems they have seen. Indeed, the former President J. John Rawlings, in his State of the Nation address, Mr. Speaker, at that faithful day listed some of the major laws which, in his view, we needed to put the country on the right footing. So in his State of the Nation address, we saw the Forestry Commission Act, the Media Commission Act, Minerals Commission Act, Shrine and District Assembly Common Fund Act being established in Mr. Rawlings' State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, in President John Agyekum Kufuor's State of the Nation address delivered on the 15th of February 2001, the President identified two major things. He spoke about the Job 600 and then spoke about the fact that we as a country needed to move the presidency from the castle. By the time he finished, we had the Jubilee House, and then the Job 600 is done. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in his State of the Nation address, delivered in 2017, Mr. Speaker, also mentioned major flagship programs, one of them being the free SHS policy. He used that, and Mr. Speaker, at the end of his presidency, the country had seen the free SHS and its impact on our people. Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency, the President of the Republic now came to this House to address us, what did we see? What we heard from His Excellency, the President, was just lamentations after lamentations after lamentations. He did not proffer any solution to any of the problems, Mr. Speaker, that he actually enumerated. Mr. Speaker, one of the main issues we all know we have in this country was the issue of Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the Joy FM's latest report is here by Erastus Asaridonko. Mr. Speaker, he says the article reads, NDC officials resist seizure of Galamsey equipment as government team faces hostile reaction. Mr. Speaker, the President came here knowing very well that Galamsey was a problem, but he did not proffer any solution. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the State of the Nation address, what did Mr. President say about the Galamsey? Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the chair, I will quote. He said, to combat this urgent crisis, we are implementing a proactive approach that includes robust and impartial law enforcement, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and creation of alternative livelihood programs. So I'm asking myself, what does this mean? What does this mean? This man is every day engaging in stakeholder engagement without solution. As a country, we are looking for solution. We are not looking for stakeholder engagement. What the President is doing, he's telling us that he's engaging in stakeholder engagement. He is saying that he's going to engage in impartial law enforcement. Look at this. Impartial law enforcement. Joy FM is reporting that NDC officials are right now in the bush. They are in the forest reserves. Why is the President not dealing with them? He talks about impartial implementation of law. Why is he not going after them? Why is he not going after them? The President came here to put words together without meaning any of them. Galamsey is destroying this country, and Mr. President, when he came here, he had the opportunity to proffer solution as to how this to be done. He did not. Mr. Speaker, people who are perceived to be NDC people, they are right now in the bush. They are in the They are in the forest reserves. Mr. Speaker, when the president had the opportunity to address this house, he says, and I quote, that we will establish a framework that categorizes mining activities into
Honorable
small, medium, and large-scale.
Honorable John Darko, hold on. Honorable Mutala, please, you are a minister. Don't give me the opportunity, please. Yes, Honorable Leader. Leader.
I think the Speaker, honourable member, made reference to NDC members being in the bush, purportedly engaged in Galamsey activities. I think that you need to be specific if there's an incident and it's an isolated incident involving one person or two persons at a particular location. It is no basis for you to stand in this chamber and say that NDC people, I think that is not appropriate. And so he should withdraw that and continue with his debate. He was doing well until he got to that point. So he should continue doing well by just withdrawing that.
Honorable members, yesterday I understand that the rules you set up for the debate was non-interjections. Yes, and that was yesterday, and to apply today. So I gave the opportunity to leader, but please let's allow ourselves to get the debate flow, so that we can also finish on time and do other things. We have other things to do. So, leader, please, I beg of you.
I do agree with you. That is the spirit in which the debate is being conducted.
Yes.
Just that we should be a bit careful not to malign an entire group. I ordinarily will not do this, but when you say the NDC people, you are maligning an entire group, and it won't be fair for us to let that pass.
Yes, Honorable
Speaker, I can assure our leader that he shouldn't be afraid. He shouldn't be afraid. We are not out to malign the entire group. But the Honorable John Darko is a man of integrity, and he will provide the better particulars. So the leader should just be relaxed. Yes, he will provide better particulars. And as much as possible, we also agree that the debate should flow and we should reduce the interventions.
So, honorable member, I'm told you are going to provide better particulars, but please, let's be guided with all these things. If you know what we are saying is going to also attract unnecessary interjections, then be guided. Yes, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. And Leader of the House, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I actually quoted from Joy FM report. You were here when one of my colleagues quoted from Ghana Web, and so I believe that it is allowed. My Lord, the Joy FM report says NDC officials resist seizure of Galamsey equipment as government team faces hostile reaction. And so I am quoting this from the Joy FM report by Erastus Asaredonko. NDC officials, Mr. Speaker, I would like to tender it. And I can read the report to the House. And the report shows clearly that the NDC officials are the people engaging in this Galamsey. I'm willing to tender this in as evidence. Mr. Speaker, again, we know Ghana Web, the Ghana Web report, our Wind Traditional Council accuses NDC
Honorable member.
ravaging
Honorable member.
Wind Forest with Galamsey. NDC
Honorable
official.
member, hold on. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think we just cautioned him to be careful about generalizing and then misrepresenting an entire group. Now, you see, a journalist writes about somebody resisting the seizure of an equipment. There's a difference between resisting seizure of an equipment and actually engaging in mining. What is Galamsey equipment? What is Galamsey equipment? What is Galamsey equipment? What is Galamsey equipment? I'm saying that resisting the seizure of the equipment, even if it's Galamsey equipment, resisting the seizure of the equipment is not the same thing as engaging yourself in mining, or illegal mining. So I just want you to be factual. What are the facts? Stick to the facts. And then you don't conclude by saying that the NDC people are the ones engaging Galamsey activities.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Speaker, you earlier advised our colleague, Honorable Mutala. He's a very good friend. I heard him make a very damning comment. I wouldn't want to repeat what he said. Speaker, he should know that we are all guided by your directives. He just made a statement. We all heard it here. I don't want to repeat that. The Honorable Mutala should be guided. Speaker, you had already advised him. He should be guided accordingly. He should be guided.
Personally, I didn't hear anything.
So, Mr. Speaker, he needs to tell me what I have said. I think that if he's feeling very bored and he wants to talk, repeat it. I challenge you to repeat it, else you are lying, and I put it to you. I challenge you to repeat what you think I said,
Honorable
else you are lying.
Honorable Mutala, please.
I challenge you to repeat it.
Honorable Mutala, please. Put off your mind. Yes, Honorable John Darko, let's conclude.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the JFM report clearly says that a government, if I may read, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, a government advisory team on fact-finding mission to assess the impact of illegal mining faced stiff resistance in parts of the western and central region as they immobilized and seized equipment. The operation aimed at curbing environmental destruction sparked angry reactions from illegal miners and some officials of the governing NDC party. That is what happened. This is the FM report. Mr. Speaker, I also quote a report. Mr. Speaker, I also quote a report from Ghana Web, where the report clearly says that our Wind Traditional Council accuses NDC MP of ravaging Tano and Ria Forest with Galamsey. NDC MPs engaging the president didn't find anywhere in his speech to condemn that. Mr. Speaker, the president also said, as part of his fight against Galamsey, that he will establish a framework that categorizes mining activities into small, medium, and large-scale operations. I was shocked to read that from the president. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we have it right now, the mining activities, they are divided into two, small-scale and large-scale. So when the president says he's now going to categorize them into small-scale, medium-scale, and large-scale, what is he talking about? The Mining Act is very clear. So it's the president telling us that by creating a medium-scale mining, that is how he's going to fight.
Honorable John Darko, please wind up, please.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, they've been taking my time. Mr. Speaker, I haven't done anything.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
member.
I won't be fair because leader all interrupted me.
Honorable members, I don't have time here. It's the clerk at table who are managing the time. You just tell me you have 1 minute. So that's why I'm asking you to wind up.
Mr. Speaker.
They have deducted all the interjections. They just told me you have 1 minute. Please, just.
On our forest cover loss, the president said he will launch Tree for Life restoration policy and Blue Water initiative. When I read this, I thought I was going to get some timelines from the president. The president writes it, there is no timeline. How are we going to judge the president in 6 months' time, in 8 months' time, in a year's time? How are we going to judge the president? We don't have any way to measure the president. Mr. President, on climate change, Mr. Speaker, on climate change, the president said that he has successfully authorized 3 projects that are poised to reduce 5.2 million tons of carbon emissions. Mr. President, the president didn't tell us which projects are these.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Speaker.
John, thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I am not even.
John, thank you. Thank you, John. Let's now listen to Honorable Chumesi Ampofu.
I thank you very much for
Thank you, John.
This is so sad. Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, John. Thank you, John. Now let's listen to Honorable Chumesi Ampofu. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor. 10 minutes. It starts now.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I think home sweet home. Therefore, it's important for every government to put proper policies and measures in place to stabilize its economy, to enable its people or citizens to feel home, to feel at home. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of youth or a lot of people who want to travel outside. But if we are able to stabilize the economy, put proper measures in place, make more policies, and then have more jobs in the country, our citizens will not go outside. They would like to be at home and then working and feel free. Mr. Speaker, during MPP era, the economy was so bad. Mr. Speaker, if you are a driver and then you sit in the car and then you don't check your side mirrors, your rear mirror, your wiper, and then you just move the car, Mr. Speaker, likely you are going to hit somebody or you are going to go into ditch. That's what President Nana Akufo-Addo did to this country. They spoiled the economy so bad that most of the investors leave the country. They left Ghana and went to different countries because of the bad economy, bad inflation. Mr. Speaker, during that era, dollar to cedi is 17 Ghana cedis. Now, it has come to dollar to 15. Mr. Speaker, the T-bill or the Treasury bill at that time was about 29%. Now, it's 20%. Mr. Speaker, therefore, that tells how confidence Ghanaians have in President Mahama administration. Mr. Speaker, therefore, we need to applaud President Mahama. President Mahama has promised that he's going to make sure he will bring more employment. Mr. Speaker, unemployment youth poses a threat to this nation. Therefore, it's important for we leaders of this country make good policies and then make sure we bring more, we put more measures for us to bring more jobs to our youth. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama has promised to make agri very attractive in this country for our youth to benefit. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama has promised that he's going to make accessible to mechanization, which will help because without mechanization, we can't do more. During President Nana Akufo-Addo's time, we heard of one village, one dime. At the end of the day, we didn't see any dime anywhere, Mr. Speaker. So this is a good promise. Mr. Speaker, President Mama has also promised that he's going to make sure there's going to be quality seeds to be supplied to the youth so that we can plant them and get more food within the country. Mr. Speaker, he has also promised that he's going to supply fertilizers. Mr. Speaker, we're all here when fertilizers were going outside the country at the back of camels in this country. Mr. Speaker, I think this must stop. We are doing our own, we are harming ourselves. Mr. Speaker, he's also going to support financial, he's going to give financial support to the farmers to enable farming attractive for the youth to come on board. Ghana is a great country. Therefore, if we're able to put more finance or give us support there, it will help us and then grow the economy. The Speaker is also going to make sure he provides extension officers. The Speaker is important because most farmers, they need these extension officers to guide them, to support them, to educate them so that they can come out with proper farming to feed this country without hassle. The Speaker is also going to make sure we have farm centers. Mr. Speaker, in this country, there are a lot of youth who want to farm, but sometimes they find it difficult to get this land. Some go ahead or go along to rent a land before they can farm. Therefore, if every district, as President Mama promised, able to get these farm centers to help our youth, Mr. Speaker, I think it will go a long way to bring down this unemployment issue. Mr. Speaker, let me also tackle on artisans issue. Mr. President, or His Excellency President Mama, has also promised that he's going to support the artisans. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we know that these artisans help a lot. They do a lot in this country to grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, this artisan that we are talking about, when they have their skills or when they are very good at work, when they finish their work, they do more. They don't rely on government to get job. They are themselves self-employed. They are dependent. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's important for government or President Mama to support these artisans. Mr. Speaker, these artisans, there are many. We have masons, we have tilers, we have those who do POP, we have carpenters, steel benders, electricians, and all that. So when they give financial support, when they get this financial support, and Mr. Mama, President Mama has also promised that he's going to give them free technical and vocational training. He's going to also provide them with financial support. And this will go a long way to help them to get their jobs. And then the economy will move on. Mr. Speaker, I'm also glad to hear from the President Mama in the State of the Nation address that is going to address teacher Dabra's issue. Mr. Speaker, the accommodation of teachers at various places is very challenging. If you come to my constituency, Sene West, there are a lot of villages or rural areas. Mr. Speaker, when you post teachers there,
I'm just going to tell you to wind up. So you,
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, or in winding up, these teachers find it difficult to get accommodation. It's a very challenging area, underserved area. Therefore, when these teachers' accommodation come on board, it will help them so that they will go there and then education will be quality for everybody, for each and everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for these few words.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me listen to the leader of the House before we continue.
Mr. Speaker, I want to crave your indulgence to grant leave for us to vary the order of business so that the first Deputy Speaker can lay the report itemized number 1 on the order paper addendum that has just been distributed.
Well, minority leadership.
Speaker, the leader is seeking the leave of the House to vary order of business and to lay a paper. No problem.
Honorable members, leave granted. First Deputy Speaker, you have the floor.
13th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as Deputy Ministers.
Honorable members, the report has been duly laid. They are to be distributed to honorable members. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, with the same leave, may I move the motion for the 12th report? No, not 13, the 12th. The 12th.
Should we hold on with the debate? Honorable members, Chairman of the committee, let me take one, then we take your report.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, with respect, the leader made an appeal to lay, and I thought we'll limit ourselves to the laying, and then we'll revert back to finish the debate, and then we could come and take the motion duly. So let's limit ourselves to the laying for now.
We finished with the laying?
Yes, but with respect to First Deputy, I think he wanted to move the motion.
Anyway, we are left with two. We are left with Kwabena Ochedako and Stephen Amoa.
Speaker, with respect to you, it's not entirely true. At the conclave, we agreed. That was why we reduced the time allocated earlier from 50 minutes to 10 minutes. So the agreement at conclave was that we'll get 9 on each side to speak. Honorable, my colleague will bear me out. That was the agreement. So Speaker, it cannot be 2. There are more than 2. 9, it was 9. Well, we can add on. We have 9 there, but we can add on. Speaker, so we still have more to do.
So, leadership, are we to continue the debate?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I believe today the debate will continue, and it may not end today. It will take us to Friday. So that is why I was with a view that if you could take the committee's report, then the rest of the period is for the debate, so that as many as we are able to take, then we take that particular number. We may even go beyond the 10 if the time will allow us.
So, Minority Chief Whip, can I use my discretion to take 2 more from each side, then I take the report?
So just to remind my leader that his backyard doesn't look too good. So he shouldn't look too confident because his backyard is not too strong.
So let me now invite Honorable Kwabena Ochedako. So, Chairman of the Appointment Committee, please, I'll give you time. Let me take 2, then I'll come to you. Yes, Honorable Kwabena Ochedako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice to the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the report or the President's speech is not numbered, but it says that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, as far as the record shows, when it comes to President John Dramani Mahama, we know that the facts do not speak to his efforts. Mr. Speaker, GDP growth rate during his time was 3.4. We did 6.4. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about gross public debt to GDP, he did 73%, whilst we did 72%. That shows the efficiency of the loans we have borrowed in generating or benefiting the economy. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to trade balance, we did a positive 5.9%, whilst President John Mahama in 2016 did a negative 1.8%. So clearly, the record of President Mahama shows that he just can't do this job. It is for this same reason that he tries to hide behind the sinking fund phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, the act supporting the sinking fund is not compulsory. If you take the Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, it says in section 37(1) that the minister may create a sinking fund. So no minister is compelled under any circumstance to create and use a sinking fund. And therefore, the use of the accounts mean to provide for the payment of buffers during the Nanado's regime was in the right order. Mr. Speaker, if you also take the president's speech on energy, he had made it categorically clear that there was a contract between ECG and Enclave Power. Mr. Speaker, there is no contract as such. It is between VRA, rather, and Enclave Energy. And therefore, you cannot use that as a pilot to do more of such operations in the districts and in the communities. Mr. Speaker, one area that interested me was in the area about the petroleum sector, linking it to the city of Sekondi Takoradi and the Western region. And Mr. Speaker, this is what the president said, and I quote, Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production shrinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from high opacity levels, a hostile business climate, and excessive political interference, culminating in most major oil companies exiting and stalling upstream activities. This is entirely wrong. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows that ever since the world started shifting towards the energy transition, the world has not been putting up the capital to finance investments in crude. And therefore, for the president to be alluding to excessive political interference in this area is just not correct and it's wrong. Mr. Speaker, the decline in upstream activities, the president continues, is obvious to any person familiar with the Twin City of Sekondi Takoradi. Just under a decade ago, the Twin City were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activities associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent visit reveals major shutdown facilities and many businesses that have packed and left. Mr. President knows exactly that even the OECD countries were not putting up the money to finance these companies. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the people of Sekondi Takoradi and indeed the whole Western region that we will breathe life back into the area. Mr. Speaker, as for Mr. President John Mahama, we know him very well. He was the one that promised that 10% of the oil revenues. That never materialized. He promised Hope City. It never materialized. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, we know for a fact that President John Mahama would never deliver on this promise. Mr. Speaker, the whole NDC infrastructure, under them, Ghana lost the Black Star Line. That created a lot of unemployment in the Western region. When we get to the issue of state capture in Western region, the GNTC that was operating in those days was captured by cronies and friends of the NDC. When you talk about the GMPC bakery at the Takrady Hebo, it was also taken over by cronies and friends of the NDC. If you talk about Bonsa ties, it collapsed under the NDC. Mr. Speaker, WVLC, Western Veneer and Lumber Company, was actually taken over not by friends and cronies, but family and friends. That company used to have more than 4,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why our economy has been having problems in the Sekenita area. Mr. Speaker, WAMCO, West Africa Mills, also suffered the same fate under President John Mahama. It collapsed until Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came to the scene and resuscitated it, and now it is working. So, Mr. Speaker, when they talk about things that the President and the NPP did for the people of Western region to sustain life and keep it afloat, there are so many of them. Mr. Speaker, you can talk about the Elibo Government Hospital that has been completed, the Nswayem Government Hospital that has been completed, the Bugosu Government Hospital that has been completed, the Mpoho Government Hospital, the New Takrady, the Accident and Trauma Center at Apmenim, Bukro Government Hospital, Mpoho Regional Hospital, and our Agenda 111, Bukro, was completed. Yes, ours has been completed and commissioned. It has been completed and commissioned. And we have already selected the workers. Unfortunately, we are being given instructions not to post them. For the past 2 months, we've been given instructions not to post them. Mr. Speaker, if we did this project 2 weeks to election, and after 2 months, you cannot blame anybody for the hospital not being opened. So, Mr. Speaker, we know what we are doing in the Western region. Mr. Speaker, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo gave Western region the largest naval base in this country at its level. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Honorable member, please begin to.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this state of the nation is uninspiring, especially when it comes to jobs for the youth. Mr. Speaker, it promises greenhouse agricultural jobs of 30,000, and Nkukwan Ketenkete of 55,000, and then implementable businesses for young people of 2,000. Mr. Speaker, when you put up this figure, out of a population of 2 million unemployed youth, clearly these numbers just are uninspiring. And it's not good and very disappointing for the young people of this country. So they should up their game so that the young people of this country and stop the blame
so
game.
much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Let's now listen to Honorable Haji Aladi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity for me to add my voice to the message on the state of the nation given by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We thank God, thank Almighty Allah for giving us the opportunity for power to change and for us, change hands, and for us to be seated here today comfortably and peacefully and debating. I wish to first of all thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for giving us the opportunity of having a woman as the vice president. Women in Ghana and the whole world cannot thank him so much. It's a dream come true for most of us. We couldn't have thought of it coming sooner than this. We hope and pray that many others would follow suit, not only in Ghana, but other countries. Mr. Speaker, in the presentation of the State of the Nation, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama stated that the country was at slippery slopes. In fact, it was actually very, very slopey and slippery. And we thank God
I like that.
that Ghanaians decided to ensure that they will not let Ghana go down the drain. We are seated and arguing and talking about the issue that Ghana was on good footing before the just passed administration left office. When have we so soon forgotten? When plantain was carried and brought to the ministries for sale, when have we so soon forgotten? I simply asked myself at that time. I didn't have the power to say anything or to do anything except to talk. But I just wondered, even those in Accra, and for that matter, even around just the outskirts of Accra, let's take even Kaswa, did we expect them to come to the ministry to come and buy plantain because it was cheaper there, or because the minister had brought it there? It happened. It happened because of food shortage. People couldn't get food on the table, sometimes not even for one meal, not to talk of 2 or 3. Today we are being told that all was rosy before the MPP left government. We will not forget so soon. We wouldn't forget. Don't let us also forget, when we talk about electrification, the simple thing I always remember, and unfortunately my brother, whom I will be referring to, is not here. We say Dumso, and that day people wanted to use it to say it was not His Excellency John Dramani Mahama that brought Dumso to an end. Have we so soon forgotten about the lies-offs that came to the extent that our brother, when he was compelled to come out and say something to the nation, said that this was not called Dumso, but it was called what? Dumsiesie. Today we are saying that we never had issues. Look, we are for the people, all of us, whether you are NDC or MPP. We are for the people, and we must talk it as it is. So we shouldn't forget about these things. We were in this country, we were in this chamber, when, for God's sake, the army was able to come into parliament and to come into this chamber, as if Ghana was at war with another country. We legislators who are here, legislators, we have no problem except pen, paper, writing and thinking and talking. We had the army coming in here. And yet, when we took power, 7th January, and we gathered here, nobody saw even an army officer, one single army officer around the premises of Parliament, not to talk of them coming inside our chamber. Up until now, we haven't heard anything about that incident. Peaceful. Very, very, very peaceful. All went well. Look at the election of the Speaker and the 2 deputies. Very beautiful. Because that is the best way to go. That is the best way to go. We got the numbers because Ghanaians trust and believe that we can deliver. And inshallah, we shall deliver. It was in this same chamber, what we have been crying against, what we have been talking against, it occurred in this chamber during the voting of the Speaker, snatching of ballot papers and chewing them. which we normally cry against. We say, no, we don't want this to happen, we don't want that to happen. It happened here. We, the same people, the leaders, were here and it happened. I wouldn't want to mention the person's name because he is not here, but most of us here were around. What do we say about that? I won't give you the opportunity because when I give you that opportunity, you will let me laugh and then just sit down. No, I'm going to do it and then I will talk it as it is. Mr. Speaker, school feeding, it basically came to a stop. I won't talk of the secondary schools. It was a problem. They will not even come out, they dare not, the headmasters dare not come out to say it. Because if they did, they will be transferred. Today, everyone in Ghana has the peace of mind to talk and to say it as it is. Our school children immediately started, the students immediately started, there was food carried in no time. To them, food stuff was carried to those schools. And they had food on their tables. They ate food, beautiful, very nice, very nutritious, with egg. What are we looking for in governance more than what is happening currently? His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is out here to work and to ensure that the work is being done. And he has already started it. Immediately, the president of the US, Donald Trump, came out with the issue of US aid not coming again. He gave an instruction outright. He didn't wait. He instructed the Minister for Finance to make sure that he makes room to cater for that aspect. While we were at that, then the deportation came. Deportation of our people. And before we could say Jack, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Ablakwa, was able to give us the numbers there and told us he had already done the groundwork for them to be catered for so that they can come back home safely. This is how we want it.
Honorable Ladi, begin to descend.
Why?
I'm saying begin to descend for landing.
I have 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker. So I've not.
You are left with 1 minute. That's why I'm asking
Mr.
you.
Mr. Speaker, while we were at that, we had cholera outbreak. We saw all of us, including the Minister of Health, run round, send health personnel, ensure there is medication at every place that was affected. And thanks to the Almighty Allah, I believe that that problem is more or less being solved. Sure. Then we had the issue of meningitis. And because the president knows the predicament of most of our people, especially in the villages, he asked that all places that were affected, treatment should be given free. Education should be given properly so that people will be able to take care of themselves. This is what we are looking for.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We will take the last round, then take the appointment report, then probably come back. So we will listen to Honorable Stephen Amoa, Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoa.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think it is time we actually offered Ghanaians records and data and the appropriate interpretations and explanations with integrity.
Interpretation in what?
of economic figures
You said another word.
and explanations
Okay.
with integrity. Mr. Speaker, I think this issue about recycling incidents, pieces of information, just because one party wants to be in power, another party wants to come to power, in my opinion, should be a thing of the past. We can't continue treating Ghana this way. Mr. Speaker, I really got astonished when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, our president, my president, came to this house and only stated just one out of the relevant primary macro indicators and painted a picture as if the economy of Ghana is in coma. What message are we sending to potential and prospective investors? Why are we creating panic in our country when there's none? Mr. Speaker, one thing that everyone should understand is that when it comes to the economy, it is not one having his or her discretion to give an illustration of a picture. It deals with facts and figures, numbers, numerical description. Mr. Speaker, the number one and the most important primary macro indicator to show whether a country's economy is doing well or not, number one is the GDP. You can't choose to say anything at all. 2016, God being so good, it is the same present president that handed over Ghana to His Excellency former President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. GDP, as my brother said, just to re-emphasize, was 3.4. Mr. Speaker, we left over 6%, almost twice. Mr. Speaker, three most important secondary macro indicators all over the world in assessing any economy. Number one is the mainstay of your economy. In here is agriculture. They left 2.7. We left 4.5. Then you come to industry. It's very unfortunate that my senior, respectable MP, Honorable Haruna, he made a statement that MPP government destroyed the private sector. I stand to be corrected. Private sector is a key and definitional element of dealing with any industry in the world. They left industrial growth of 4.3. We left 8.9, almost twice. Mr. Speaker, then you come to services. They left 2.8. We left 5%. Mr. Speaker, now you talk about the fiscal space in terms of consolidation to show whether your economy has a future, is strong or not. They left a negative figure. We left a positive figure. Mr. Speaker, take that aside. Could we have said that the economy was so bad and dead and was in ICU, intensive care unit? Mr. Speaker, when one is intensive care unit, you cannot even raise your hand. We're still performing our obligations. This country outlays billions of cedis every month for emolument, paying workers. Were we paying them or not? Where did they get money to pay workers in January? Mr. Speaker, let us be. I don't want to use any vocabulary because I'm dealing with a statement of the president. But let us be very careful the kind of picture we paint to this generation and the world. Mr. Speaker, all the pro-poor policies, both in kind and cash, we left those that were performing efficiently and effectively well, including free SHS, paying billions every month. Mr. Speaker, I want to come back to this whole issue about debt. Yes, we left a little over 70% debt to GDP. That is not too good, yes. But Mr. Speaker, we need to contextualize this and explain it well. I want any professor in the world and in Ghana here swear with Quran and Bible and say what I'm saying is a lie, because we are tired of misinformation. Mr. Speaker, when in the history of this country, where Ghanaians, public and civil service workers, were asked to stay home but they were paid, have we forgotten so soon? They went through a period of some months of not working but they were paid. All of them in this country. Mr. Speaker, even after that, they ran shit for over 11 months. 10 will go 2 weeks, another 10 will go 2 weeks, and they were paying them. Mr. Speaker, private sector sacked over 40,000 people in this country, paying corporate taxes. We ran revenue shortfalls of 12 billion in this country. That was when the world grew negative 3.3. That was when the debt to GDP of the world went to almost 300%. We even did well. Had it been the NDC government, debt to GDP would have been 1,400. Because we are better managers of the economy. Mr. Speaker, all that we are talking about is that, Mr. Speaker, I want my brothers to understand. I want my brothers to understand. I want my brothers to understand. If the economy was in coma, in ICU, how come such a developing country such as Ghana, you are the social democrats. In economics, you were supposed to adopt what we call a contractual fiscal policies to roll out pro-poor policies. NDC government cannot boast of one social and pro-poor policy. The poor child's need, not even one. Which one? Which one? Which one? Tell me. You are not capitalistic. You are socialistic. But you cannot roll out one pro-poor policy. One. Even teachers and nurses allowance, you know you are running a better economy. You cancel them. Mr. Speaker, I want them to understand the fact that when it comes to managing the economy of this country, Ghanaians cannot have any hope under you. Mr. Speaker, no wonder.
Thank you. Please wind up.
Yeah. No wonder that when they were coming to power, they sang a nice song. Asampa is where official NDC members are torturing soldiers in order for their people to do Galamsey. Asampa is where private properties and homes are being attacked. Our constitution states without ambiguity and debate, Article 18(2)(a), that no one shall be subjected to the interference of his private home and properties. So Asampa is that you are attacking poor people in our country today. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to end with this. I just want to end with this. I want to tell them today, when you have impaired productivity, when your market is not working, when you have revenue shortfalls, where you rely on is debt financing, and when your GDP is not growing, definitely. So it was an uncontrollable factor.
Thank you.
But before they came to power,
thank you.
They have inherited far better economic
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Amwa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We will take the last. Honorable Millicent Amankwa-Yeboah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate of the State of the Nation's address. Mr. Speaker, under the Article 67 of the Constitution, the President shall, at the beginning of each section of Parliament, deliver message on the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, clearly, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has honored his constitutional rights and the oath that he swore. This is the first of his oath that he swore. Mr. Speaker, with this Article 67, that is the message. It didn't come out clearly with what the content of the message is. But if you pick the Article 34, Clause 2, the President shall report to Parliament at least once a year all the steps taken to ensure realization of the policies objectives obtained in this chapter, and in particular, realization of the basic human rights and healthy economy, the right to work, the right to good health care, and the right to education. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let us ask ourselves if indeed the SONA contains this context. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, one of our members of parliament, our sister, the former deputy minister for finance, depicted that the SONA, that it states the message that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama came about, was actually not in a right state. But I want to tell her that as a woman, I was surprised about some comment that was made. Because when she made mention of the fact that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama gave out heavily expansion fiscal policy without any financial or funds allocated to it. She is a finance minister. I want to ask her that if the State of the Nation address is supposed to come out with outlined financial lines towards it, that is why we have the budget that will be read on Tuesday, on the 11th of March. That is when she would get to know the policies and the visions that align to the state's policy with its budget allocation. Again, she clearly made mention that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is actually concerned about this collapse of banks because he in some way wants to give license. This is very insensitive. Because how can you collapse banks? Up to now, some people have not been able to recover. People are on the streets. People are unemployed. Look at people's money that has been invested in it. Look at the money you use in collapsing it. And look at the money which, if you had used to save them, wouldn't have been perfect. Mr. Speaker, now they talk about His Excellency John Dramani Mahama being a terminator. Mr. Speaker, if you want to come to the table of equity, come with clean hands. Come with clean hands. If you are able to, collapse banks, and people who was unemployed, you cannot today say that. But even Mr. Speaker, with determination, it was legally right, as Honorable James Agaga said earlier on. As I continue, yesterday, I am happy that the Honorable Oponkoma is here. Yesterday, I am so surprised. My respectable colleague, he made mention that he couldn't even hear. He couldn't even. He couldn't hear. He couldn't even hear that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama spoke about job creation.
Please. Please. We lay down the rules. Your name is so sweet. Don't worry. Your name is so sweet.
Mr. Speaker, he made mention clearly that he didn't hear His Excellency John Dramani Mahama talking about job creation initiatives. But you know, sometimes I remember when I wasn't in Parliament. When I was in Parliament and I used to listen to Sona, I sometimes do not get captured about these things. But today, per the Constitution, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama delivered perfectly the constitutional rights. And Mr. Speaker, if he didn't hear, maybe because it took like an hour or half, and so I will help him. Under the job creation, he made mention a Jumarua program, which supports 2,000 youth employment annually with training, capacity, and mentorship. The National Apprenticeship Program target 10,000 youth with skills training and setup kits. Okada or motorcycle transport reformed, introducing the electric motorcycle under the high purchase scheme. 1 million coded program, the youth training in digital skills, coding, web development, digital marketing. These are few that I made mention of. Mr. Speaker, that Swami MP, when he was talking about mining, I am so surprised he had the effrontery to talk about mining.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please withdraw that statement.
Mr.
That
Speaker,
word.
I am guided. I withdraw.
Withdraw that word.
Mr. Speaker, I am guided. I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, when you was talking about it, I was waiting.
I have asked her to withdraw.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. I have asked her to withdraw that word.
Don't worry. Mr. Speaker, I am guided.
You are guided?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I was thinking that he would make mention the things that they did during their previous government. But Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, we had excavators seized. Mr. Speaker, instead of you looking at these mining communities,
honorable members,
mining communities,
I asked her to withdraw, and he has withdrawn.
So, Mr. Speaker, the excavators were seized, and in those communities are the most deprived communities.
Honorable member,
those excavators and machines should go and reshaping the roads. And these excavators were seized and come somewhere.
Wind up for me.
Mr. Speaker, please permit me to continue on this because it's very important to me. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, wind up for me. Your time is up, please.
Mr. Speaker, when you talk, Mr. Speaker, I was so happy.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker.
I am being guarded by the table.
Oh,
they give me the time.
Mr. Speaker, with his constitutional mandate on the health sector.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
Thank
Speaker,
you very much.
Let me wrap up.
Honorable Millicent, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me wrap up. Please, 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, on the health sector, His Excellency
Honorable member, please, enough is enough.
The agenda 111.
Honorable member, enough is enough.
It shows clearly that they didn't work. Mr. Speaker, on the free SHS, he made mention of it.
Honorable member,
going to continue inclusive. Mr. Speaker, we will come back again. On that note, thank you for the opportunity given to me.
Have you seen the way the minority leader is looking at you? Yes, let's hear you. Who is having his microphone on?
Consult the oracles.
Yes. Speaker, in fact, let me give a background to what I'm going to speak to. Yesterday, we were supposed to do a motion advertised in today's order paper as item 16 on page 6. It had to be stood down. And today, we reached a consensus that that motion will be moved. So earlier on, our colleagues have also, specifically the first deputy has appealed to us that we should take the report on the appointment committee, which our side has agreed to do. However, Speaker, we want to begin with item 16 on page 6, after which we'll proceed to take the appointment committee's report. Already, the report has been laid. So, Speaker, shall we proceed from item 16 on page 6? I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Yes, Leader.
Yeah, I thought we had agreed that we will take one from each side and then we will take the reports. And I think that is why the first Deputy Speaker took his seat so that he could take the report. I don't know why the Minority Chief Whip is seeking to vary the order of business again. I thought that we were just going to take at least one of the reports on the ministerial appointments. I thought that was what we agreed to do.
We will just finish with the motion quickly, and then we'll take it. There's no problem. We'll take it. Please.
The problem with motions is that they can get very contentious, heated debates, and drag on for forever. So I thought that the best would have been to, because there's consensus on the nominees, at least the ones that we want to take.
Leader, we'll come on Friday.
No, we'll take it today, except I wanted to take the Okay, let him come and take it so that he's come and take it so that we'll take
it. The leader should oblige us. We'll just start from the motion and we terminate. We start from the motion and end.
I'm coming. Hold on.
Coming.
So, leadership, is that the pressure of the House?
I think the First Deputy Speaker has some indications from the Speaker, and he made mention of that when we met this morning. So, if the First Deputy Speaker takes the chair, he will give an indication what we should do.
Okay, First Deputy, come and take the chair.
Yes.
Speaker, may we move to page 6? Page 6 of today's order paper and take item 16. Item 16 on page 6, Speaker.
Honourable members, there was an application earlier made to take the appointment committee's reports, and thereafter we'll take the motion. In view of that understanding, I ask that the second deputy speaker should take the chair so that I could myself move the motion. Then I can come and take the chair, and then we take the private member's motion. But I do not know what have changed. But I will be guided by the pleasure of the House.
Speaker, with greatest of respect. This motion was advertised on a paper, on an order paper addendum yesterday. It had to be stood down, which we obliged. We've discussed, Speaker, application was made to us. We agreed that the item should be laid, the report should be laid. Speaker, we have obliged our colleagues in the majority. Please, for once, let's work together. Let's take this motion, after which we can do the report. The report is here. There's consensus. There's no problem. Speaker, is it the case that colleagues are entertaining some fear? We are going to support you to pass this. Speaker, so
see, no fears, but for a moment, when the vice chairman was even laying a report, you raised an issue that he is not the chairman of the appointment committee. I think Honorable Habib was the one who raised the issue. It is based on the issue raised by Honorable Habib that I have decided to give the chair to the second deputy speaker, so that as the chairman of the appointment committee, I could move the motions before coming to take the chair, and then we will deal with the private members' motion. So I want to be guided.
Speaker, as far as I know, the two respected leaders' minds have met. There's an agreement. The two leaders have agreed. So shall we proceed from there, Speaker? Please. There's an agreement.
Is that the agreement by the two leaders?
Mr. Speaker, from the very moment when my colleague, the minority leader, indicated his desire to bring a private member's motion, I have not hidden my opposition to it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we're in your hands. And that was what I indicated to the second Deputy Speaker, that we will be in your hands.
Yes, honourable members, item number 16 at page 6 of today's order paper. Private members' motion. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in private, I had indicated and intimated to the minority leader that I am opposed to the motion advertised. Because the motion, Mr. Speaker, is to the effect that this House, this Honourable House, considers the directive by the Chief of Staff, Honourable Julius Debra, in a letter dated 10 February 2025, with reference...
Honourable Majority Leader, you should have... Very well.
It is already the property of the House because it has been advertised.
Yes.
It has been advertised. Listen, it has been advertised. It has been advertised, and I want to object to it being moved in the first place. Not to oppose the motion after it has been moved. To object to it being moved. The objection is to it being moved.
Very
and
well.
That was the understanding
Very
between
well.
us.
Very well. If
that I should arrest it,
yes,
and then the Speaker will rule.
Very well.
And then the next step will take place.
Very well.
That was the understanding in private. Yes. So I said that I was going to attempt to arrest it.
Yes. So, Majority Leader, let me hear the Minority Leader briefly. Then I'll come back to you so that you can raise your objection.
Mr. Speaker, I always say that I want the jurisprudence of the House to guide me. And if in this night Parliament we are setting certain precedents, that precedence would help all of us, and Hansard would be the witness. Mr. Speaker, speakers have ruled on this very important matter, that a preliminary objection to a motion can only be triggered after the motion has been moved and seconded. However, Mr. Speaker, if the new practice in this ninth Parliament is that a preliminary objection, a preliminary legal objection, or any form of objection to a motion must be raised before the motion is moved, it's fine. Because I remember in the 7th Parliament, in the matter of Kennedy Japan, when it came to the contempt matter, I stood on the majority side in the 7th Parliament at the back bench and raised a preliminary objection to arrest the motion. The ruling of Professor Okwe was that no, the motion must first be moved, seconded, and then the motion will be properly before the House. In the matter of Kenoforiata, Honorable Ayerega, wait. In the matter of Kenoforiata, then as Deputy Majority Leader, I again rose on preliminary objection to the motion. Again, Mr. Speaker, relying on precedents, said that no, the motion would have to be moved, seconded. It is only upon that that would be seized with the matter. Then my preliminary objection on the matter could be raised. And if it is upheld, then there will be no debate on it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ayariga himself, then in the minority, was part of those who argue strongly on this matter. However, Mr. Speaker, all we're doing is for posterity. I am fine if he would want to raise his preliminary objection for you to rule upon it, and if whichever way it goes, we'll know what to do. If the new practice is that a preliminary objection must be raised before a motion is considered, so that if the matter is considered, the application fails, you can now move. If it succeeds, the whole thing is arrested. Don't let us also forget, Mr. Speaker, in the Doe Ajaho case, Honorable Dominic Nitihu, in the Merchant Bank's case, again, when he moved a motion, there was a preliminary objection to it. Right Honorable Ajaho allowed the motion to be moved, seconded. Then after that, the preliminary objection was raised from the majority side, and he ruled on it and sustained the objection. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 precedents from 3 different speakers on this matter. You are in the chair now as the presiding officer. If you want to vary the precedents, this would be the new precedents, and I'll be guided. I don't have a problem. Thank you, sir.
Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the terms of the motion are captured in the order paper. So we know what the motion is. We know what the motion is. It's not as if we don't know what the motion is. So when a motion is advertised and you think that that motion, if moved, would offend a provision of the standing orders, you should be able to arrest it before it is moved. The reason is that in moving the motion, the mover will already make comments or even argue in support of the motion. So whatever you are seeking to arrest, you will lose the opportunity to arrest it, because the motion is moved and the terms in which it is going to be moved will unearth the issues that you think offend the provisions of the standing orders. So the proper thing to do is that once the content of the motion is known and the motion has been advertised and everybody can read it, if you think it should not be moved, it is before it is moved. When you give indications that the motion is about to be moved, that's when you arrest it. You seek to stop it from being moved so that it is not moved. If you rule that the objection is not well founded, then he can go ahead and move the motion, argue, and then we'll all debate the provisions of the motion. I think that's the proper practice.
Well, honourable members, I think we are talking about 2 separate things here. In the Merchant Bank case, I think the objection was to the effect that such a motion should not be debated. Therefore, the motion was moved, and when it's time for it to be debated, then the preliminary objection was taken. That has got to do with truncating the debate of the motion. But in this case, he is of the view that the motion ought not to have been moved at all. So that is the distinction that I am getting. Yes, Honorable Okonkwo.
Mr. Speaker, just to help the conversation, akin to what will be happening in the courts, if this proposal is accepted, it will mean that when a writ is issued, even before the motion is actually moved by a lawyer in court, another lawyer can go without the matter having been moved to seek to arrest it. That would not be proper. It is important that though it has been advertised on the order paper, it be moved and seconded, and then whatever objection there is raised, and then it can be dealt with by the Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, as a matter of fact, if it were to be in courtroom and you don't want the motion to be heard, you raise a preliminary objection when the mover of the motion is on his feet to move the motion. After the motion is moved, you will be given the opportunity to respond to the motion. In that case, your response cannot be a preliminary objection to the application. That is why I'm saying that I have the distinction that one is to the effect that a debate on the motion should be truncated. The other one is to the effect that the motion ought not to have been moved at all. And I think that is what Honorable Majority Leader Mahama Ayariga is saying. So may we hear your preliminary objection.
Mr. Speaker, the motion is to the effect that this House considers the directive by the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra, in a letter dated 10th February 2025 with reference SCR/DA 85/85/01/A, and refers the matter to a committee of Parliament to inquire and report to the House, as the directive is inconsistent with good governance practices and has consequences on the rights of citizens as provided for under Chapter 5 and 6 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, these are the terms of the motion that he seeks to move. My objection to this motion being moved is to the effect that, one, the matters contained in the motion are matters that are sub judice because there is an application before the Supreme Court by one Henry Nana Boachi, who has sued the Attorney General, and he is seeking some remedies in relation to this same matter. So the matter is in court. And the citation of the case is Henry Nana Boachi versus Attorney General and Minister for Justice, J1/12/2025. And he is seeking some reliefs, a declaration to the effect that the directive is unconstitutional, some orders to the effect that, the directive should not be enforced, and even some compensation that he is claiming should be given. So those are the issues that are the subject of litigation in the Supreme Court. Now, once this matter is in the Supreme Court, he is saying that this House should also refer the matter to the Human Rights Committee of the House for a determination that the letter has the consequence of violating the rights of citizens. So my position is that, look, the matter is already in the Supreme Court. Why would you raise the matter in this House and also seek that this House refers it to a committee, and the committee will be engaged in a parallel exercise of determining whether or not the consequence of the letter is to violate the rights of citizens? The matter is already before the Supreme Court. And I also argued that what you are seeking to do, in effect, is to ask this House to engage in a judicial function, a determination that the letter violates the rights of citizens. So that's a judicial function you are asking this House to engage in. The nature of the work of committees is to ascertain facts. That's mostly what committees do. not to make a determination of a violation of rights or not. The determination of the violation of rights is a function of the judiciary. So my objection to this motion being moved is on two counts. One, that is a matter that is already before the courts. And I don't see how we are going to move this motion and debate it without violating Order 1231 of our standing orders. And Order 1231 says that a member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interests of parties to the action. Mr. Speaker, my contention is that if this motion is moved and we are going to debate this motion, there is no way that debate will not prejudice the outcome or the interest of parties in the action. There's no way. Because the very issue that the court is supposed to determine is the issue that we are going to debate and refer to the Human Rights Committee. Because we cannot just say, oh, we are referring to the Human Rights Committee. We have to debate the merits. We have to debate the merits. And in debating the merits, we will end up offending Order 123 of our standing orders. But the standing orders say that it is up to you as the Speaker, if in your opinion the debate will prejudice the interests of parties in the litigation, then we cannot engage in that debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that given the fact that the matter is already before the Supreme Court, that the parties in the court have interest, this is a matter that, is well known. I don't see why this Parliament should also refer to its Human Rights Committee.
Yarega, take a look at Standing Order 123 again.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. What about it?
Yeah, you can read it together.
So a member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interest of parties to the action.
So at what point is the matter debated?
Mr. Speaker, that is the point.
After the motion is moved.
Mr. Speaker, that is the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that there are two grounds on which I'm raising the objection. The first ground is that under our Constitution, we must not interfere with the work of the judiciary. Under our Constitution. So, if the judiciary is already seized with a matter, Parliament should not also take up that same matter and refer it to its Human Rights Committee. You will be interfering with the work of the judiciary. Under the Constitution, we owe the judiciary a duty not to interfere with their work. And my argument is that we taking up the matter and referring it to our Human Rights Committee to also inquire into will be interfering in the work of the judiciary. That's my first argument. And I'm saying that my second leg is that if we are to move the motion, it will be difficult for us to move the motion without making statements. Whether we are moving it, we are debating it, whichever way, we will end up prejudicing the interests of parties in the matter. So, if you combine the two grounds, my contention, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the motion should not even be moved. Because I know how he's going to move the motion. In moving the motion, he's going to marshal all the arguments. That is where the problem is. He's not just going to get up and stand on his feet and say, I move in terms of the motion paper, and then that is not what he's going to say. He's going to move the motion and marshal every argument. At what point do we arrest the statements that will prejudice the outcome of the interests of parties in the litigation that is at the Supreme Court. So it is better that we argue the grounds for the motion not being moved at all, for you to rule at that stage, then we move on. Otherwise, if we say let's move, the person moving, the person seconding, the arguments that they will put forward in moving and in seconding, all those will end up prejudicing the interests of parties in the litigation. So if you combine the two arguments, even though ordinarily you wait until the person is making a statement and you think the statement is going to prejudice the interests of parties, then you object. But here, I'm saying that the very language of the motion, already prejudices what it is saying we should do. What it is saying we should do, apart from offending the Constitution, we say we should not interfere in the work of the judiciary. In moving it, there's no way that he will not say things that will not prejudice the interests of parties in the substantive litigation. Why the hurry? Mr. Speaker, he came here in this House and requested to make a statement on this same matter. We objected, but the Speaker gave him the opportunity, and he made a statement on this same matter. Then somebody has gone to the Supreme Court on this same matter. And once the matter is in the Supreme Court, you come to this House and say this House should also refer it to its Human Rights Committee to make a determination whether human rights are being violated or not. I said that is an exercise of judicial function. This House can't do that. Those are my arguments. And that's why I objected. And I told him privately, I told him at the meeting with the Speaker where the motion was admitted, and the Speaker agreed that, okay, you go, you try to arrest it, let the ruling be given. If the ruling is that he should move it, then he moves it, then we debate it. And then if the conclusion is that we should refer it to the committee, the Human Rights Committee, we refer it to the Human Rights Committee. Mr. Speaker, that is my case.
Thank you very much. I would give the floor to Honorable Minority Leader to respond to the preliminary objection raised by the Majority Leader on the motion under reference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This platform and Chamber of Parliament will always be a place to enrich knowledge and to learn. First of all, Mr. Speaker, in response to the preliminary objection, let me rely on Order 103F of our rules book. Yes, F, 103F. Conditions for admissibility of motion. Condition of admissibility for admissibility of motion. Mr. Speaker, our rules provide, under the said order, quoted supra, a motion shall relate to a definite issue and not be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interests of parties to the action. Mr. Speaker, this motion has crossed the admissibility stage and has met the threshold of admissibility. Indeed, the Honorable Mahama Yerga raised these matters. This was not the original text that was filed. We interrogated it to ensure that the outcome of this motion and the text thereto will not have any prejudicial effect on any matter in court. So, Mr. Speaker, the first leg of his argument falls flat. In any event, Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Supreme Court's writ is seeking an interpretation of the Constitution. The substance of the motion before you, Mr. Speaker, is not seeking a declaratory relief. My law in the minimum is not rusted. My law in the minimum, I kept quiet for you. Learned majority leader. Please. You have not heard me. Mr. Speaker, these things must stop.
Majority leader.
I never said that. He is not paying attention. I'm saying that this motion.
Minority leader, I may be called upon to give a ruling, so I need to understand very clearly. So the fact that the subject matter being a letter written by the Chief of Staff terminating appointment as quoted in the motion is actually before the Supreme Court for the determination of constitutionality or other words of it. Is that the case?
Mr. Speaker, that is not the matter. Mr. Speaker, if you are delving into issue of admissibility, we have to be careful. The motion has been admitted by the Speaker, and the Speaker considered all facts. Allow my argument to proceed with the greatest respect. My contention, first, is that this motion has met the admissibility threshold in accordance with the rules of this House.
Honorable Minority Leader, I intend not to be arguing
Mr. Speaker,
with
you allowed him
I
to flow.
just want to understand whether
Mr. Speaker, the man argued.
he made an
argued for 25 minutes.
allusion
You were
to
quiet.
that particular fact. It may be denied that there is no such case pending before the court. So I humbly want to understand whether a case of that nature is pending. You understand? I'm not delving into issues of admissibility.
He raised this very matter. I am saying that what he's doing is on you. The fact that he talked about a pending matter at the Supreme Court was in the full knowledge of Mr. Speaker. He brought this matter to the attention of Mr. Speaker. This matter was brought to the attention of the Speaker. The clerk to Parliament and I were before the Speaker in his presence with the majority leader. The issues were brought up, and as a result of the issues of court writs, the text of the motion had to be amended. Mr. Speaker later had to look at the court process and did a further amendment before admitting the motion. We've crossed a line. We've crossed a line. And that is why I referred you to Order 103F. This was not the original motion. The original text was under half-hour motion. I have the original text here. It had to be amended and amended again so that we don't go into the realm of the matters before court. And that is why in my second argument, I was adverting your mind to the fact that this motion is not seeking to have this House make constitutional declarations. This motion is not seeking declaratory reliefs. This motion is not seeking for an interpretation of the supreme laws of the land. It is not. This motion is anchored squarely on good practices and governance matters. Mr. Speaker, do not forget that not long ago, we had a matter pending at the High Court in respect of these matters about the collapse of banks, and the applicants petitioned this House. Mr. Speaker ruled that indeed they are facing some civil, they themselves had filed some applications at the court, They were facing some criminal trials, but the issues they had brought were different in form and in shape and required Parliament inquisition. What is before us is not about a matter before the Supreme Court. There are no such parties of personal interest. Of course, I will respect that. If there were, I will respect that. Somebody is before the court asking for some declaratory reliefs in respect of constitutional provision. That is not where I am. That is not the path I've taken. What is before you is talking about governance. I'm not here to move a motion to demand certain declarations. Mr. Speaker, at pre-sitting, the understanding was that the majority leader will raise this issue, will respond, and then a pathway would be given for us to proceed. This issue that somebody is rising behind and trying to this thing, it will not work. When we agree in good faith, let's proceed accordingly. That is how I understand the practice in this house. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is also arguing that this matter, if considered, would affect the rights of certain individuals in court. Whose rights? That is not where we are. That is not where we are. The fact that we are referring to a subject matter and invoking the inquisitorial powers of this house does not mean that because somebody is also asking for the Supreme Court to interpret the Constitution, this house stands estopped. The rule of estoppel is not applicable here. It cannot apply against our regular conduct as enshrined in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the argument of sub judice is inapplicable here. The majority leader has expressed his own objections. I respect that. But Mr. Speaker, for the good of this Parliament, we need to proceed to move this motion. There is precedence, and I've cited the precedence at the risk of being repetitive. I shall repeat them. I shall go over and then draw the attention of the chair that we've had instances where Ghanaians were facing criminal trials. Ghanaians were pursuing the state in the civil matters, but again petitioned this very house on aspects that they felt that their rights needed to be protected by the people's representatives. What does the motion say? I will go over. The motion is coming under Order 114 of our rules. Order 114, Mr. Speaker, with respect, provides motion on specific matters of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, in his wisdom, within his powers of admissibility, has determined that this motion falls under matters of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker has again found this motion worthy of admissibility. And then, Mr. Speaker, has allowed this motion to be on our order paper. And this is what the motion reads: that this Honorable House considers the directive by the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra, in a letter dated 3rd February 2025, with reference number SCRDA85/85/01/A, and refers the matter to a committee of Parliament to inquire and to report to the House as the directive is inconsistent with good governance practices and has consequences. We are not saying that it is in breach. Please, Mr. Speaker, we are not saying that the action is in breach of the Constitution. We are not saying that the action is in breach of any enactment. We say, and has consequences. Mr. Speaker, the language used has been carefully crafted to move away from any courtroom interference. Mr. Speaker, the issue before you is properly before you. Therefore, it is at the point of inquiry that this House, through its appropriate committee, will now consider all the issues, which issues deal with good governance, and report to this House. When the committee reports, this House will now consider the remits of the report, i.e. the findings and recommendations and all. Then we take a decision. Mr. Speaker, for anybody to say that merely moving the motion to bring this matter before the people's representative will amount to interfering in a court process, Mr. Speaker, will be tantamount to denying us our rights as the people's representatives from considering governance issues. Mr. Speaker, our hands therefore will be tied that this House cannot proceed, and any busybody will then use courts to arrest this House. Because as soon as the matter is raised, you say, oh, I have filed a writ. Oh, there's something before the court. Then, Mr. Speaker, how will this House function? But I shall conclude, Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by submitting that, Mr. Speaker, the issue of admissibility that he is raising in his preliminary objection has long been dealt with. Mr. Speaker, the entire argument that he forcefully put across, if you listen to him carefully, all his argument has to do with admissibility. But, Mr. Speaker, we've long passed that stage. We have long passed that stage. All that he said, that it will prejudice the outcome of a case, there's a matter before court. Mr. Speaker, the law that we operate with in this House, 103, is clear. That before the motion is even considered, it says the conditions for admissibility of motion. So if you don't meet the threshold, you don't get to this level. All that he's saying, as if the motion is now being filed at the clerk's office, as if Mr. Speaker is consulting us for our opinion before admissibility. No, we've gone beyond that. He cannot, it's too late in the day for him to attempt to invite this House on issue of admissibility, unless he wants to challenge the decision of the Speaker for admitting this motion. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this argument to stand when there's already a decision taken. Again, for the avoidance of doubt, I will repeat, Order 103F, a motion shall relate to a definite issue and not be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending. So that argument he raised, it was a condition precedent that we should meet that threshold. We've crossed that threshold. We've crossed. He cannot now raise a preliminary objection on the ground that there's a judicial matter pending. We've moved past there. In the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interest of parties to the action. Mr. Speaker has determined this matter, that the outcome of this motion, the motion in its form and shape, will not prejudice the outcome of any case. The very case is referring to, he brought it to the attention of the Speaker. The Speaker has determined it, that there's no way what is before us would sin against Order 103F. So, Mr. Speaker, he cannot. He is stopped by the decision of the Speaker under Order 103F. If, however, he seeks to challenge the Speaker's discretion on admissibility, he, as the leader of this House, knows what to do.
Honorable Majority Leader, I am being called upon to make a ruling on this matter. I would Honorable members, I will want to plead with you to suspend the House for 10 minutes to enable me come and deliver my ruling there and then, but not to defer the ruling. So, honorable members, bear with me. In 10 minutes, the House is accordingly suspended for 10 minutes.
For your Showmax is easy. Just choose your preferred payment method from these easy and convenient options: MTN Momo, Visa or MasterCard, Showmax vouchers at DSTV or GoTV sales agents, or use a promo code. Enter your payment details and hit submit. Showmax. Pay easy, stream easy.
This year, something magical is happening. A celebration of tradition, flavor, and community. Welcome to the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025.
Taste the heart of your heritage with mouth-watering dishes from across the country, like Ademe with Akple, Tozafi with Ayoyo soup, Kokonte, Apokranta, Rerenkwine, and many more. From rich spices to sweet treats, it's a journey for your senses. We're taking you back to your village.
Oh yes, let's recreate our age-old recipes.
But it's not just about food, you know. We're celebrating culture, connecting with family, and making memories that last a lifetime.
This March, let's come together and discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 29th and 30th of March 2025. The venue, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and the time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day.
The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025, where food, fun, and tradition meet. See you there.
Interested vendors should call 0558-973-973 or 0205-973-973 to register. The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Gino.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
No one ball, what back. You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Amen. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday. On Footprints this Friday, Professor A.C. Sutherland Addy shares her story about her life, her mother, Ifwa Sutherland, and her role as Secretary of State under the PNDC.
Because my mother was a celebrity and the nuns were very proud of her and so on, it was a bit awkward, to be her daughter because, the nuns are very strict.
Very protective of you.
They come around, everybody's on their bed and so on. Then, you alone, they are coming to ask about your mother.
How did you end up in PNDC?
I got appointed. It was a very disconcerting experience.
You were appointed on radio.
Yes, absolutely. And also disappointed on radio.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Congratulations. Me are very, very okay.
What's it? Medibone. After Binya Crasa, fear for when you are here watching. I just see the never so. Our Emma, so snap, socket. Trusted by blood.
Ago. Ago.
Ago. Ago. Ago. Ago. Ago. Ago. Ago.
I am the general manager of the station, and I'm here representing the managing director, Mr. Samuelata Mensah, who unavoidably is absent. He sends his apologies because
Honourable members, the motion, private members' motion, numbered 16, at page 6 of today's order paper, was scheduled to be moved. Just about when the motion was about to be moved by the Deputy Minority Leader in the person of Alexander Afenyo-Markins, the Deputy Minority Leader, the Minority Leader, Alexander Afenyo-Markins, the Honorable Majority Leader raised an objection against the moving of the private members' motion, numbered 16, at page 6 of today's order paper. Honourable members, the objection was to the effect that the motion should not be moved at all, that moving the motion will prejudice the interests of the parties in court in a case entitled Henry Nana Boachi versus the Attorney General, suit number J1/12/2025. Honourable members, the motion in question was duly admitted by the Speaker and accordingly programmed to be taken today. Honourable members, the criteria for admitting motions in the House are very clear, and the conditions for admitting motions are provided in Standing Order 103 of this House. I am quite certain that as at the time of filing the motion, the conditions spelled out in Order 103, above quoted, were duly met. However, when the motion was moved, when the motion was about to be moved, there was a preliminary objection, and the attention of the House has been drawn to a lawsuit pending before the Supreme Court, as mentioned above. This action is challenging the constitutionality of the action of the Chief of Staff, seeking for declaration and prohibition, among others, directed at the heads of government institutions to refrain from proceeding with the directive of the Chief of Staff. Honorable members, I have perused the writ, and 9 reliefs were sought. Honorable members, given our constitutional and procedural arrangement permitting the motion and subsequent debate on the matter in question, or constituting or mandating a committee of this House to do inquiry into the same matter, would be a direct violation of our own standing order, particularly Standing Order 103F. For the avoidance of doubt, let me quote the order. A motion shall relate to a definite issue and not be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interests of parties to the action. Honourable members, Order 123.1 further provides as follows. A member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interests of the parties to the action. Honourable members, I am of the considered view that the motion and subsequent debate on the motion may lead to comments that are sub judice. Honourable members, in line with the stated orders, it is my considered opinion that the matter is sub judice. Thus, permitting any deliberation on same and formation of a committee to inquire into the said matter would prejudice the interests of the parties to the action. I rely on the decision of the Right Honorable Speaker of this August House, dated 6th January 2014, and mentioned in the submission of the Honorable Minority Leader. Indeed, quote, indeed, I am yet to come across a situation in which both Parliament and the judiciary are inquiring into the same matter simultaneously. Honourable members, what will be the effect if an investigation undertaken by Parliament, as anticipated under the present motion, arrive at an outcome and a decision contrary to the outcome and decision of the court? It is therefore my ruling that a discussion of the motion will prejudice the parties to various cases tentatively pending before the court. Honourable members, this ruling has to do with the acquisition of a merchant bank. And the ruling above quoted can be seen in the official reports, 4th series, volume 85, number 1, column 36. It is also worthy of note that in the same official report, the Speaker then made reference to Right Honourable Peter Alajete in a ruling alluded to the sub judice rules when he said, quote, the Speaker may, in a particular case where it is quite obvious, refuse to admit a motion, especially when it is covered by a clear-cut case. For example, if you put forward a motion affecting a matter which is pending in court directly, and it was brought to the knowledge of Mr. Speaker is bound to draw attention to the fact that such a motion cannot be properly debated by the House and therefore cannot be accepted. But it does not follow that in every case which a motion is accepted and listed, the Speaker has necessarily gone through the motions of deciding every issue of propriety involved in that motion. Honourable members, regarding the motion at hand, I am reliably informed that at the time the Right Honourable Speaker admitted the motion, the fact of an action pending at the Supreme Court regarding the subject matter was not brought to his attention. Based on the above precedents, the House must stay its hand off the motion and allow other organs of state properly mandated under the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, thus the judiciary, to deal with the matter. Accordingly, the motion and the subsequent debate on it is stayed pending the determination of the matter by the Supreme Court. Honourable members, accordingly, the objection is sustained. The motion, therefore, cannot be moved. I so ruled. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader. He's on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, my first duty as a legislator is to thank you as the presiding officer in matters of such nature. However, I may disagree with you. I've always held this view since I entered this chamber in January 2013 that matters would always resurface. As a practitioner in our court, I've had low moments where cases that I believed in strongly that I could win, I ended up losing sometimes 7-0, 6-1, 5-2. But after some 360-degree turnaround, said dissenting views expressed carried the force of law in future decisions. I disagree with you, but I'm not sad. Mr. Speaker, however, we are dealing with matters of integrity, and I would take the liberty of this opportunity given me by you to correct some aspect of some pronouncement you've made. Mr. Speaker, and I say so believing that the majority leader, who has so much respect, has so far demonstrated integrity in his dealings with me. I also believe that the clerk to Parliament has been such a man of integrity. Mr. Speaker, you said that you are reliably informed that at the time the Speaker admitted this motion, he was not in the know of the pendency of the suit. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I won't challenge your ruling, but let the records reflect that that aspect of your ruling, which is already printed, which you just read, is not the case. The majority leader, in the presence of the clerk, my good self, brought the matter up that there is a Supreme Court decision, writ. In fact, he brought it to the attention of Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker subsequently requested for the motion to be amended. We all worked on it. In leadership, we all worked on it. Mr. Speaker, in the presence of the Right Honorable Speaker, we worked on this motion. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker said that because of the pendency of the suit, he further amended the motion. So if you are, in your view, this admissibility criteria, you said in your ruling that although the presiding officer may admit, it doesn't mean that he has considered the entire propriety. It's good. Look, Parliament of Ghana will not end today. So I am fine. But Mr. Speaker, don't let it be part of your already prepared ruling. That, because when the camera showed that the thing has been typed, printed, let me finish, Ayarga. These are matters of integrity. I need to finish. When I'm done, you will make your point. If indeed,
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, let me recognize Majority Leader.
I didn't get what you said.
Let me recognize the Majority Leader. I recognize the Majority Leader.
Very well, that's fine.
That Honorable Majority Leader, before you come in,
Yes.
I think it is trite learning
Yes.
that if a ruling is delivered by the Speaker, anybody who wants to challenge the ruling knows what to do.
Mr. Speaker.
So a situation where
Mr. Speaker,
I make
you are
reference,
prejudicing. I'm not telling you. I'm not challenging your ruling.
But Minority Leader, if you listen to the ruling carefully, I make reference to the decision in the merchant case, in which Right Honorable Speaker Alajete was quoted. And I proceeded to read Honorable Alajete's ruling. So, Right Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, where I sit, I disagree with certain things that you said, but I will not be dragged into the debate. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader knows that if he disagrees with you, yesterday you were happy. Yesterday you were happy. Yesterday you were happy. The Speaker ruled in your favor. Yesterday you were happy. Some days you lose, some days you win. What's your problem? Some days you lose, some days you win. Oh, no, but that's the issue. That's the issue. The issue is that no matter how you disagree with the Speaker, don't impute improper motives. No, when you say you're already written, you are imputing improper motives. You are saying that he wrote his ruling even before coming here today, because he asked for 5 minutes, he came back. Don't forget that the matter was referred to him and it was already in the order paper. And like I told you last week, I also told him that you will move the motion, I will object, he should prepare to write a ruling. I told him, I didn't hide it. No, listen, I didn't hide it. Even in my argument, I repeated it. I'm saying that in my argument, I repeated it. I didn't hide. In my argument, I repeated it. When I was arguing, I stated it clearly that since last week, I indicated my objection and it was agreed that the matter should be resolved on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, let me indicate that on the question of on the subject matter, but I didn't have a copy of the writ. At that time, I didn't even know what were the specific reliefs sought. It was yesterday that I then went and researched and then saw the writ, saw the reliefs, and printed a copy and brought it. So please, it is the case that I mentioned it to Speaker that somebody had gone to court, but I didn't have the specifics of the case. And he said, you should go and see what you could do about it in a way that doesn't offend the arguments that I raised. And you went and you were struggling to amend it. And I told you that there's no way you will amend it and succeed in curing the defects of the motion. I told you. The clerk was there. I told him that there's no way because the matter is in court. So please, if you want to litigate it, you can come by motion. If you come by motion, we can debate it again, and then a decision will be taken. But for now, it's ruled. It's already, past 7. Members are tired. Some of us are fasting and all that. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. You can adjourn so that we can reconvene on Friday and continue business.
Well, honorable members, I think matters relating to the motion numbered 16 regarding the ruling is foreclosed. So, Honorable Minority Leader, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to you, and in fact, to the Majority Leader, and to the clerk of this House, I wouldn't want to bring him into these matters because he wouldn't have an opportunity to argue his case. So I will leave him out of it. But Mr. Speaker, let's be very factual. In our account of matters that come to our attention. Mr. Speaker, you have indicated clearly, without any ambiguity, without any equivocation, that you are reliably informed that at the time this motion was admitted, Mr. Speaker had no knowledge of the pendency of the writ. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, this is where I want us to address the issues of integrity. Because, Mr. Speaker, whatever it is you've ruled, but I want us to be on a path that tomorrow we will all be properly guided and guided well. Mr. Speaker, I sit here, today is Ash Wednesday, I'm a Catholic. Today began our Lent, we also started our fasting today. I am a Catholic, today is Ash Wednesday, our Lent began today. I will not, for the sake of politics, rise on my feet and dishonor that which I believe in so well, my faith as a Catholic. I will not dishonor it, particularly on an occasion like this. Mr. Speaker, we did discuss the writ. The Speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker, was made aware. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would avoid bringing the clerk in because there was back and forth on the text, all in an attempt not to be in conflict with the matter in court. We arrived at this as a safe text to proceed. Having said that, I shall conclude by, Mr. Speaker, saying, still on the issue of integrity, the majority leader says that because he brought this matter to your attention and he's been informing you that prepare, I will not cast aspersions at you. Never. I won't do that. I will never do that. But Mr. Speaker, I was watching when you were reading your ruling. I was watching from the screens. The paper you were flipping. I found it in all humility, at the risk of sounding immodest, I found it curious that you took leave of us for 10 minutes and each page you 10 printed typed was voluminous. But if he says that he had already informed you and you were in the know and you are therefore prepared your written ruling even ahead of listening to us, so be it.
But
Mr. Speaker,
before you come in,
before.
But Honorable Minority Leader, you've also equally informed me about your motions, and we had some extensive discussions about it. Is that not a fact? So,
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that he'll be saying the things that he's saying. Because, Mr. Speaker, the argument that we engaged in before the Speaker himself, you should have been there. In the end, the Speaker himself said, okay, I cannot stop you people, so you go and prepare your motion. You go and prepare your objection. And when we meet in the chamber, when he moves, you object, I'll allow you to state your various arguments, and then I will rule. This was since last week. Even the Speaker knew that today, if you move the motion, I was going to object. And then he will rule. So if he's asked you to come and then handle the matter, definitely he would have given you instructions. And you wanted him to wait and then defer the matter to next week and give a ruling? No. He has to prepare because he's been told. Same way you were told. I told you since last week that I will object. I didn't hide. So why are you creating the impression that there was something that, untoward happened between myself and then the first deputy speaker? Even in front of the speaker, I told him that I will object. I said, I will not allow this to happen. You can't have a matter in the Supreme Court and then you want the same matter to be litigated in the Parliament. I said, it's not proper. It's not tidy. You are going to put us in direct conflict with the judiciary. And this is not right. I told you. You insisted. You came up with a coinage that is a governance issue. I said, there's no way you will structure it in such a way that it won't be a constitutional matter. Take the motion. Please, take the motion. In the end, in the motion, you cite the Constitution. You say that that matter is against Chapter 5 and Chapter 6 of the Constitution. And I said that is where you will end. To say that it is a governance matter, you indirectly are saying that there is a violation of the Constitution. And whatever committee you refer the matter to will have to look into whether or not the conduct violates the Constitution in order to arrive at the conclusion. And I argued extensively that that is a judicial function. And the judiciary is already seized with the matter. So don't push us into a conflict with the judiciary. This is so straightforward. And when the speaker concluded that, okay, go and amend it whichever way you want with the clerk, and I told you, there's no way, there's no amendment that will save you. In the end, this is what you did. You invited me to participate. I said, I won't participate. I won't participate because I don't know of any coinage that will save the motion. Mr. Speaker, please conclude. I don't like the way that you are trying to create an impression that there was some, untoward thing or conspiracy between the first deputy speaker and then myself or any other person, because this is a matter that you are given notice that it will happen this way.
Honourable members, I stand on Order 56-2 and Agenda House to Friday, 7th March 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Hello, you're welcome back to our studios here at number 5 Owula Hansen Lane here in Accra. I am Charles Osukumi. Just gone by was our live coverage of today's proceedings in Parliament from members of Parliament debating the President's State of the Nation's address that he delivered to the House last week to an attempt by the minority to introduce a private member's bill to seek Parliament to inquire into the termination of appointments by the new administration. We know that the Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, wrote a letter ordering leaders of various state agencies to revoke their appointments made post-December 7, 2024. Now, these members of Parliament, including the minority leader, sought to introduce a motion in the House and ask Parliament to inquire into these appointments because to them this violates the rights of these individuals whose appointments have been terminated. Now, after a back and forth, various arguments by the minority and majority leaders, the first deputy speaker suspended sittings briefly and returned with a ruling in which ruling he stayed that motion because he believes that there's a pending case before the Supreme Court. Some people have gone to the Supreme Court on this same termination of appointments, and so they believe that an inquiry by Parliament will be prejudicial to the proceedings in the Supreme Court. The House has since been adjourned and they will reconvene on Friday. My name is Charles Osukumi. Thank you for watching. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.